most grateful for your invitation to address this joint session of Congress.
And more people are gathering now outside the Vatican to pay their respects to Pope Francis, who again died a few hours ago at the age of 88. The U.S. has apparently gone on the attack again in Yemen. Houthi militants claim airstrikes hit today, killing at least 12 people. And there's more controversy around American attacks targeting Houthis last month. Reports Defense Secretary Pete Hegseth had a second Signal Group chat detailing some of these strikes with some family members, his wife and brother. The first Signal chat inadvertently included a journalist mistakenly invited. America's listening to Fox News.
Seems everything costs more these days. Gas, groceries, and when's the last time you checked your wireless bill? When it comes to big wireless, if you're staying, you may be overpaying. Switch to Consumer Cellular and get your second month free for a limited time. You'll get the same fast, reliable nationwide coverage without the big wireless bill. Plans start at just $20 a month. Here's Veronica and Jackie, real customers.
I didn't know that I could get something for a lot less money that was actually better than who I was with before.
Anytime anybody complains about their cell phone bill, we say, you've got to check out Consumer Cellular.
And now for a limited time, new customers can get their second month free when they use promo code SECONDFREE. Just call, click, or bring us your bill and see how much you can save. Because when it comes to big wireless, if you're staying, you may be overpaying. Call 1-888-FREEDOM, visit a store near you, or consumercellular.com and use code SECONDFREE to get a free second month. Real people paid to share their opinions in this ad. Plans include $5 credit for auto pay and e-billing. Taxes, fees, and other third-party charges will apply. See website for additional details.
WFOM and W292EV Marietta, a Dickey Broadcasting Station. This hour is presented by Subaru of Gwinnett. You'll love the difference. The Morning Extra, only on Extra 106.3.
Morning, y'all. It is the Morning Extra. Typically, Tug and Los, but Tug, it's one more day of vacation. So Angela Morabito, who was in on Thursday and Friday, star of, well, television, radio now. I mean, you are like the multimedia, multifaceted person that just keep growing that Angela brand at this point.
Well, thank you. It's been an interesting ride, and I absolutely love being a part of these conversations, so I'm thrilled to be here.
So we'll be taking you all the way until 10 o'clock as I'll just point this out to the audience. If you're just now joining us, you're always part of that 6 o'clock in the morning crew, and so you're just now getting some of the biggest news. Angela jinxed everything.
All my fault.
But I was probably part of it too, because I was in D.C. I sent my email in. I texted over to Jeray and just said, hey, listen, I'm going to be at a volleyball tournament. I'm going to be on a flight. Let me know if anything changes. You can lay out the program. Everything will get taken care of. Angela sends me her stuff in the evening. I'm on a plane. I'm reading everything. I'm like, I'm good to go. And then the Pope dies.
I thought this was going to be maybe a little bit of a slow news day, and the world said, oh, absolutely not.
The day after Easter, we now get the news that the Pope Francis has passed away at the age of 88. Now, I did have one interaction when it was Pope John Paul II, because he was on a tour of the United States in the 80s, and my parents, who, you know, they grew up Catholic, and I was raised like partially Catholic, because when my parents divorced, suddenly we were that family, and the Catholic Church was not that cool to us anymore.
Oh, okay.
Again, this is the 80s in Texas, all right? Like, it was a different time period. So Catholicism kind of was like, we might go a little bit of a different direction right here. But it was a really big deal when the Pope would come through the United States. And so I've never lost that appreciation for what he means to Catholics and to those of the Christian faith all around the world.
And I am Catholic, so this news is, of course, huge around the world. But when I saw my little Apple News alert go off at 4:40 something in the morning, I went, oh, this could only be one thing. It's either the Pope or the King of England.
Yeah.
Because there's no way.
No one's getting an alert at 4:30 in the morning.
Right. So, I mean, I can remember I am Catholic. I was working at Georgetown, a Catholic university, when Pope Francis became the Pope. And we all had an app. This was like the hot thing to do. This was the first like social media conclave, I guess.
Okay, all right.
We all had an app called Pope Alarm, which would buzz your phone when the new pope was chosen.
So this is when we would get the rising smoke from the Vatican to let you know that there's been a pope selected.
That's right. And I'll never forget it. I was in a meeting and every single phone starts like freaking out. Like everyone's phone is just having a full-on seizure. It's like, we've got a pope, we've got a pope.
I guess I didn't know that. As much as Georgetown is so prestigious, I never observed it as a Catholic university. And so, yeah, I was the person that when I went to Little Texas Wesleyan University to go play baseball, I remember talking to my teammates and saying, hey, listen, I grew up with a lot of Jewish friends. Where are like the other Jewish guys here? And they're like, dude, you're at a private Methodist university.
Gosh.
I just didn't know these things, okay? So if you told me that Georgetown was Catholic, okay, Georgetown is Catholic. But yeah, it is a big deal. As much as this particular pope has had some things to say politically that at times were way outside of what you would normally get out of the Vatican, anytime you lose one of these people, it is worldwide news.
It is, and I was thinking back on how one of his last, perhaps his very last public meeting was with Vice President Vance. And now what could have been sort of this formality of, oh, it's Easter and Vance is over there and it's this diplomatic thing. It's now going to be dissected in every possible way because it might have been the last one.
Are we going to have like the push from the MSNBCs and the rest of the legacy media how J.D. Vance killed the Pope?
It wouldn't shock me.
Did he hurt his popal heart? Is that what he did? He threw out some ideas for the future of the Vatican and the future of Europe, and at some point the Pope just said, you know what, I'm going to check out tomorrow.
He's like, I'm done here.
This
I'm
is
going
just
on.
too much. Now, I did think about you over the weekend, outside of the fact that we were going to be working together, because I was in D.C., flew into Reagan, got in on Thursday, and we did our Northeast qualifier. Things went well. We just missed the bid. Okay, fine. So that part hurt. 3-set loss in the gold bracket on Sunday. Still, the girls did really well. But so then it came time to, well, we've got some time to kill. Let's go head around D.C. And so we jumped in the Uber. We headed down to the National Mall. And the first place that we got dropped off at, because we were going to try and get into some of the Smithsonian museums, I looked to my right, and there's this dilapidated, looks like it needed to be washed, building that just said across it, Department of Education. And you know this to be true because I sent you the picture. Even Jerry was like, dude, you need to like pressure wash that thing. It looks awful.
Yeah, as much money as we spend, you could think they could get somebody up there and give it a scrub.
Give it a little cleaning. Yeah.
I mean, I think they should just do it for free at this point.
Was that your building? Like,
that was the mothership.
Okay.
Yep, I worked up on the 7th floor, and we looked right out over the Air and Space Museum. And every day I was like, oh, I should take a break at some point and go to the Air and Space Museum. And I never did.
You
and
never
I still
did?
regret. I mean, I went outside of all of that, so I've been. But it's in an incredible part of the city. And I'm so glad you guys got to see so much of D.C., including the fact that, I mean, I think we should stop calling it department headquarters and start calling it like future Applebee's or future Buc-ee's.
And it's funny you mentioned that, because the first thing I did when my wife and daughter both noticed it, I go, well, I think we're going to see how much longer that thing hangs around. And even my wife, who votes pretty consistently Democrat, she didn't have an issue with that either. She's like, yeah, considering what our test scores have been since it's been implemented, she's like, she was one of those common sense traditional Democrats who said, yeah, I don't really know if the Department of Education is really servicing our children, considering she has 2 in public school.
Yep. And everybody can see that, like, these results are indefensible. And people say, oh, well, without the Department of Education, how are people going to learn? They're going to learn like they did before we had a Department of Education, which is better than they do right now. I mean, we've gone in a couple generations from teaching like Latin and Greek in public high schools to teaching remedial English in college. We just keep lowering the bar. And people are like stunned when I say this, but the Department of Ed doesn't touch curriculum.
That is stunning.
Everyone's like, well, what do they do?
What do they do exactly? Because I was trying to explain that to my daughter when she was asking, and I said, well, there's an allocation of funds aspect to this. There's an on-high aspect to this. But then when she's asking, well, what about the stuff I'm learning? And I'm like, no, not exactly it.
They don't touch it. They don't touch it. That's at the state and local level as it should be. We don't want the federal government setting that, right? Like Obama tried with Common Core. Massive flop. Didn't work. Teachers hated it. Oh my gosh, you talk to teachers about this and they're like, what was that guy thinking?
The implementation of even like Common Core math, like when we got a tiny, like the last little vestige of it that we found like in 6th or 7th grade, and the idea that you didn't have the answer unless you did it according to the Common Core level. Like you had to, like, if I told you 7 plus 3, and you would say, well, that's 10. But if you didn't structure it in the way that you were instructed to, that somebody had a certificate said they were allowed to coach it this way, to teach it this way, then you didn't get the right answer, even though you knew what the right answer was.
It's awful because they're expecting everybody's brain to work the same way.
Yes.
And that's just not reality, right? Like, actually, the people in the world who are best at teaching math. All right, trivia question. Where do y'all think the best math teaching is? It's not in America. It's another country.
I was going to guess India or somewhere in Southeast Asia.
Yep, you're on the right track, Jerry. Any guesses?
All right, if we're on the right track there, I'm going to say Korea.
No, but close. It's in Singapore.
Okay.
Singapore math, whatever they're doing over there, has just absolutely skyrocketed them. And we're starting to see some schools here in America take on Singapore math. Department of Ed doesn't know, doesn't care. This is just people figuring out what works for how children's brains learn.
So I want to ask you about this, because the last time I was in D.C., and again, that's Angela Morabito. I'm Los. Hey, we'll be taking you until 10 o'clock. Tug will be back tomorrow to be back to a regular show, even though, let's face it, Angela glamorizes the entire place. So
Glasses
you had it
of the
Thursday,
joint.
Friday. Oh, yeah, I was going to say.
Well, thank you. I think you guys are giving me way too much credit.
Real expertise walks into the building. So I want to ask you about this, because as I'm walking around, I had not been in D.C. since 2011. And so I'm there during the heart of the Obama years. When I was walking around this time around, and, you know, and to challenge this first, what your experience was. First off, the amount of street vendors that are pushing Donald Trump stuff, Make America Great Again, Trump pictures, Trump jackets, the amount of foreigners that are showing up and buying Trump gear. Now, I saw one little tiny street vendor in the mall. She had like a little pop-up, and it was like the anti-Trump. She was covered up, I'm guessing, probably 30-1. I had never seen that, where it almost felt like it was a little bit of a flea market-ish. It kind of felt like that way walking around the National Mall. I'm like, oh, look, if I want a Trump bandana, there it is. But that mentality that people are so willing now to buy and to wear this stuff, what was that like when you were there during that time period? Was it the same kind of energy for Donald Trump? Because it certainly wasn't like that for any politician when I was there in 2011.
Yeah, no, it was so different. During President Trump's first term, I mean, my coworkers would lie to Uber drivers about what their jobs were. Because if you told them the truth, you were putting your safety on the line. If you wore a MAGA hat in public in D.C. and you weren't like visibly a tourist, that you didn't have like 300 eighth graders like following you in matching t-shirts. If you were a DC local, oh my gosh, that was just like the worst of the worst. You couldn't do it. So to see that big outpouring of support now, it is so cool. And I'm sure that it drives the locals crazy. And I love that for them.
See, I want to ask you about this as well. As I've now turned this into my interview moment of Angela, because again, you were there. I've been there for weekends at a time. You spent years. And you talk about the difference in what you would tell Uber drivers. So, you know, they had the next protest that they were doing. I think it ended up falling on Friday. And we got in a cab of all things. We, you know, it was old school cab. It was like a little bit cheaper. We were deciding here's where we're going to go grab some food. And I remember asking the cab driver about like, oh yes, what's going on in town today? And with not a hint of PC at all. I mean, I like kind of like blushed a little bit as I'm looking at my wife. You know, all the girls were doing the thing. He just goes, oh, the trans protesters are back. The dude, now first off, he was from another country. The filter was not there. And so as I'm looking at the show notes, and you had pointed out about how these protests once again kind of fall on deaf ears, didn't work. The locals, the guy driving cabs were like, the trans protesters are back in town.
That's amazing. Yep,
Yes.
It was part of, they were called 50-51 protests. It was 50 states, 50 protests, one, I guess, mission, although they couldn't articulate what that mission was. I mean, I saw pictures and videos from it here in Atlanta. They had these sort of astroturfed protests in every single state. Well, for what? What are they protesting for? They're not protesting for anything. They're protesting against the president. And people are tired of it. I have a theory. Y'all ready for my weirdo theory?
Okay.
Is that if
hold
we
on.
lift...
Hold on. Let it build up a little bit.
Ooh, okay. Got to get a little...
What you have to do is you have to tell the audience, okay, listen, this is Angela Morabito, carefully handcrafted. This is something you're not going to get from anyone else. And I'm going to give you a theory that when you go to the office this morning, You can pass it off as your own, but just know you got it from Angela.
This is my small batch, organic, farm raised theory.
I like this. This is grass fed.
Exactly.
Homegrown.
Cage free. That if social media did not exist, these protests wouldn't happen. Because if people knew that they were going, but they couldn't take the picture, they couldn't show everybody, look at me, I was there. They couldn't send that signal. Then why go? They wouldn't show up.
All right, let me give you my handcrafted 1 out of 200 retorts to this idea. Because I think this is a double-edged sword. I like your point. I'm not going to downplay it. What I'm going to say is what also is happening on the other end are these protests get really belittled so quickly because of the freedom on social media now. Yes. Like I am showing up for the clout of here's my picture and look, I was with the crowd, because that's part of social media. That's part of that. I don't want to miss out. And oh, by the way, you're going to pay me $40 an hour, $100 an hour. I want to do that. Okay, that's the clout. The issue then becomes, we'll have a little bit of this later this hour. It's that when you have reporters show up and start asking questions, or any of the alternate media, the alternative media, whatever that label is, when they start talking to protesters and they don't know what they're protesting, they don't know why they're there, they're not from there, and basically they're being paid, I think that filters throughout social media in much faster than we've ever seen before.
That's 100% true. That people are really good at spotting AstroTurf now because we've been exposed to so much of it.
Well, we had an entire campaign. We had $2 billion worth of AstroTurfing. I thought about this the other day. So when we were over at the Gaylord, is basically where the convention center was.
That place is huge.
It was monstrous. It was so much fun. You'd come down the elevator, and within 3 minutes, you could be out of your room at the courts. And so that's different. Normally, when we're at the Georgia World Congress Center, it's a 20, 25-minute walk either way. So you don't go back to your room until it's time to go. So anyway, with that being said, the cool part about where we were at, they had this giant Beyonce sign. And it was for the Cowboy Carter tour because it's sponsored by Marriott. And so all the girls would go meet at the Beyonce sign. Like, that was the plan. And every single time I kept thinking to myself was, how much more did you have to pay her if you wanted her to perform? Because they were already giving her money, like, to show up in Houston and to show up in these different places. And every single time, whenever she would show up, or a different celebrity, and they did not perform, then you had the mob turn on Kamala Harris. She would be booed while she's trying to give a speech. So you would have Queen Bee get up there, and everyone's like, hell yeah, it's Beyonce. Beyonce would leave the stage, and everyone would look around like, what do you mean she's leaving the stage? And here comes Kamala Harris. Hey, y'all, hope y'all appreciated that. And the booing would start.
Yeah, because...
So AstroTurf.
Right, they were trying to pretend, look, everyone's so excited for Kamala. No, they've been effectively bribed by, like, the promise of seeing a megastar.
Yeah. And every time I would see that picture, I just thought to myself, if you already spent $2 billion and you're already giving her whatever it is, and in some cases it was like the production company for Oprah, or giving Eminem and his producing company $1 million. If you were already doing that, why not double it up to make sure they perform? Make everybody go away happy.
Yes.
I mean, I can be, my vote can be bribed for less.
But, like, don't alienate the people who are willing to show up, quote unquote, for Kamala, even if it's for a celebrity. It was just such a mess. And we're rapidly approaching the anniversary of Brat Summer.
Oh, yes, we are coming up on Brat Summer.
The Democrats decided everything was lime green and brat.
Brat.
I still don't fully understand what that is.
No, I think we worked a few shows last summer looking at each other like, are you enjoying your Brat Summer? I love my Brat Summer. Look how attitudinal I am this summer.
I thought it was Brat Summer. I was
getting really excited.
Yeah, tailgating.
Beer brats, huh?
Oh, that's probably way more fun than whatever a Brat Summer actually is.
I'm telling y'all throw it around a little bit. I make a pretty mean beer brat. Gonna have to do this at some point around here. This is the Morning Extra. It's Los. It's Angela Morabito. When we get back, defunding the misinformation masters of your tax dollars. That is the goal. We'll talk about that next week. Continue the Morning Extra right here on Extra 106.3 FM.
Listen to the Morning Extra, The Kimmer Show, Neil Bortz, and all your favorite Extra 106.3 personalities whenever you want with the all-new Extra app. It's anytime show replays, all your favorite podcasts, and the latest political news from across Georgia. Download the Extra 106.3 app now for Apple or Android.
Springtime is here. Looking for a fun weekend with family, friends, and the kids? The Mitsubishi Electric Classic, presented by Vinsure, Georgia's only PGA Tour Champions event, returns to Metro Atlanta April 25th through the 27th. Pick your favorite hole to watch along the ropes or find public seating throughout the course. Enjoy scenic views, specialty cocktails, and fun for the whole family. Children 15 and under receive complimentary tickets with purchase by an adult. Join the excitement at TPC Sugarloaf in Duluth, Georgia from April 25th through the 27th. Tickets are available at MitsubishiElectricClassic.com/tickets.
If you're thinking about a new Chevy, don't wait. Now's the time. Head to Jim Ellis Chevrolet, where the price is right now.
Lock in your lowest price today before prices start to rise due to new tariffs. Shop early while inventory is strong. Right now, Jim Ellis Chevrolet has more than 400 vehicles in stock on the ground, ready to take home today. That includes the legendary Silverado, family-friendly SUVs like the Equinox, Tahoe, and Suburban, one of the largest Corvette selections in the Metro Atlanta area. And if you're shopping pre-owned, you'll find a great selection of certified vehicles too, thoroughly inspected and ready to roll.
At Jim Ellis Chevrolet, you'll find exactly what you want, but don't wait too long. Get yours today before prices go up and vehicle selection goes down. No pressure, no games, just a transparent customer-first experience that makes buying easy.
And after the sale, Jim Ellis Chevrolet is still with you thanks to factory-trained technicians who will keep your Chevy running strong. For the latest offers, stop by their showroom on Peachtree Industrial Boulevard just inside the perimeter.
Or shop anytime at JimEllisChevrolet.com. Jim Ellis Chevrolet, together, let's drive.
Have you thought about securing your hard-earned assets? Do you have concerns about the future? Protecting assets is crucial, and that's where Nelson Elder Care Law excels. As a family-owned and family-focused firm, we provide absolute assurance and peace of mind through our trademarked Absolute Protection Trust, tailored services in estate planning, probate administration, Medicaid crisis solutions, guardianship, and conservatorship. Our goal is to exceed your expectations and empower informed decisions. Visit NelsonElderCareLaw.com for asset protection and peace of mind.
If you're the decision maker at your company, we have great news for you, for your HR department, and for your employees. A new and future-forward way to do health benefits is here from Thatch. Not only do your employees get better health benefits with Thatch, but you save an average of $1,620 per employee per year. That's right. You can save over $1,600 per employee per year. Plus, Thatch reduces the time your HR department spends administering benefits. Businesses all over the country love Thatch's breakthrough approach. Rather than a wasteful one-size-fits-all plan, Thatch empowers your employees by letting them customize their own benefits plans. And you save money and time while providing your employees with better health benefits, which works better for everyone. Book a demo with Thatch and we'll send you a $100 gift card. Visit thatch.ai/radio to book a demo for your gift card. That's THATCH.ai/radio. Thatch.ai/radio.
Millions of guys suffer from erectile dysfunction. That's 1 in 3 men. And I can tell you, I'm one of them.
If you or someone you know suffers from ED, Peyronie's disease, or PE, here's 38-year emergency room doctor and founder of Total Body Therapy of Georgia, Dr. Eric Deal.
Patients who enter my office are often frustrated, hopeless, depressed, and embarrassed. I understand the problem, and I'm going to help you fix it. We provide testosterone replacement therapy, the P-shot, and treatment for ED, PE, and Peyronie's disease. There's not just one therapy that can solve these complex issues. When you visit our clinic, you're going to see me. I'll do a complete history and physical prior to any treatment that we use. Take it from me, Dr. Deal. When it's not hard, it's really hard.
Call Dr. Deal for your free one-on-one evaluation and resolve your ED, Peyronie's, or PE issues. 404-777-1911. Total Body Therapy of Georgia. 404-777-1911. Online at tbtofga.com. Hey, Georgia neighbors, it's time to expect more from your Medicare Advantage. Discover Sonder Health's custom plans tailored just for Georgians. Saunders offers unique benefits, including special plans for those living with chronic conditions. Some plans even come with grocery or gas benefits to support your overall well-being. Sonder Health makes it easy to get the coverage you need. See for yourself what today's Medicare Advantage can do for you. Visit SonderHealthPlans.com, a healthier state of life. Sonder Health Plans is an HMO and PPO with Medicare contracts. Enrollment in Sonder Health Plans depends on contract renewal.
You heard the news. Newsmax just went public on the New York Stock Exchange. and listed on the big board. Millions of Americans like you are joining our news revolution. Reuters Institute says Newsmax is one of the top 12 news brands in America. Even President Trump says it's terrific. 40 million Americans go to Newsmax, and its audience grew 50% since the same time last year. Millions really are making the switch to Newsmax. If you want to be a Newsmax share owner, call your advisor or get more info at newsmaxinvest.com. Stand with Newsmax today for a strong America. This communication is for informational purposes only and shall not be intended to or shall not constitute any offer to buy or sell securities, nor shall there be any sale of securities in any jurisdiction in which such offer, solicitation, or sale would be unlawful.
The stories that matter to you. These are your Georgia headlines.
Here are your headlines for Monday, April 21st. Flags are flying at half staff as a South Fulton police officer is laid to rest. Lieutenant Helio Garcia was killed when a vehicle hit him head-on early last week. Lieutenant Garcia is survived by his wife and 3 children. The Police Benevolent Foundation has stepped in to provide support for the family. A 14-year-old Pennsylvania girl reported missing in January has been found in Jasper. She was given medical treatment and returned to Pennsylvania. No arrests have been announced at this time. A man who opened fire on police at a Buc-ee's in Calhoun turned out to be wanted for murder in Tennessee. Police say Robert Smith fled and fired shots while they were attempting to put him in handcuffs. Police say Smith was found dead after a chase from a self-inflicted gunshot. And if your best friend is coughing, you aren't alone. Metro Atlanta veterinarians say dogs are being affected by a rise in a mystery illness. Signs to watch out for cough and unusually low energy. Vets encourage dog owners to watch out for these symptoms and contact their vets if it continues. Today's weather: isolated thunderstorms today and warm temperatures in the mid-80s. We'll continue to see showers and storms throughout the week. With your headlines, I'm Jerry Payne.
The head of PBS, I wanted to pull this out just because this has been a topic there for a while. Los and I have talked about this a million times, Angela. The fact that we have to compete in the arena of ideas. If our ideas aren't appealing or our discussion isn't appealing, people turn away, people don't listen, and ultimately advertisers don't advertise here because there's nobody listening. There's nothing for them to gain for it, right? And then it just all falls apart and goes away. PBS doesn't have that. At all. Because they have federal funding. They say it's such a tiny, tiny bit of funding, and yet the threat of it being pulled and they're in meltdown mode, explosion. And I can't help but think, well, I thought it didn't matter. I thought it was just such a small point, it's not going to matter anyway.
Yep.
And that was the presentation.
And they're either lying at one point or lying at another, because when anybody says a thing about a penny of that funding, it is just a 5-alarm fire for them.
So the head of PBS said pulling federal funding would devastate PBS stations. So is it a small amount or is it not? You've said that over and over. And secondly, I say good. Why don't they have to compete? I think they should. I think in the arena of ideas, you'll either compete and do well or you'll go away. It's called the free market.
I just don't know why we're spending taxpayer dollars on PBS and NPR when we're, $37 trillion in debt. PBS has reruns.
Yes.
Hit them with the reruns for a couple years. See if we can get our house in order.
That's right.
Maybe we go back to it. But we are worse than broke right now, and I don't know why we're funding this.
And if it were fair and balanced, if you represented a good cross-section of the country, then maybe, just maybe, I don't agree with it even then, but I'm trying to negotiate, I'm trying to be flexible. If you represented the country in a fair way, then I think, okay, maybe there's something there. Maybe there's something there. Probably not, but maybe. They don't. They have one way of thinking. The guy that finally threw up the flag at NPR and said, "Hey, in our opinion room, there's 38 Democrats. We're all Democrats." And he was a Democrat. And he was saying, look, I agree with everything that we're putting out, but that's all we're putting out.
He sees the writing on the wall.
And he was forced out.
It's a left-wing echo chamber.
Yes, it is. And they got him for stepping out of line. It's terrible that we're paying for it, but it's terrible that it happened to him for being brave enough to say this isn't right.
Yeah, he was giving them great advice that they not only refused to take, they said it's so quote unquote bad that we're just kicking you out entirely. New York Times did the same thing, right? Wasn't that Barry Weiss?
Yes.
They said, not only will we not listen, we are going to show you the door. And it was to the detriment of the New York Times, just like it's NPR's loss at this point. They're not talking to the American public anymore.
Yes. I just feel like if you have a bike shop, let's take it away from media. If you have a bike shop and this guy's out there busting his knuckles, making sure that every bike is the best that he's building them from scratch, and when they come back in, he's doing the repairs and he's put his life savings into his bike business. And there's a new one that opens up across the street that's completely funded, or at least in part funded, by taxpayer dollars. And he does some hard work and he does some, pretty decent stuff.
Okay.
But then, hard times come around, drawback in the economy. The guy that doesn't have that extra wiggle room from taxpayer dollars, his business sinks. He goes out of business, and this guy gets to hang on because he's got taxpayer funded. He's got a taxpayer dollars coming in, propping him up artificially. That's not good for America. It's a bad way of doing business.
It guarantees that we're going to get fed a subpar product.
And it guarantees winners and losers.
It does. Yeah, completely. That's the government putting its thumb on the scale. You have people in these D.C. offices who know that they're effectively, untouchable. You can't mess with them. Job forever until at least Elon gets a hold of them.
Yeah, right, some Doge.
Yeah, right. That used to be true that it was a job forever. Maybe not anymore.
Hoping not.
Seriously, because why are we paying people to tell us things that often are not true?
Well, there's that. And you saw it from the inside, being in D.C. for 13 years. And if you don't know this about Angela, she was the press secretary for the Department of Education under Betsy DeVos in the first Trump presidency. I can only imagine, because you told the story of you knew 15 people that you worked with, and there was actually 100 people that were your coworkers.
Yes, that were communications people in the Department of Education. I learned this years after I left and went, wait, we had how many people doing what?
15?
Some of those jobs are really necessary, and there were some great civil servants, but to have all of these extra people where no one knows what they do, I don't know if they know what they do. How much of that is going on at PBS and NPR?
I bet a lot. That's why that funding it's like USAID a little bit, right? That's the cash cow. That's what keeps all the left-wing NGOs open. That's how they launder money back to themselves,
Yes.
and fund campaigns and fund things that are anti-American in nature. So when that dried up, when Donald Trump and Elon Musk said, no, we're not doing that anymore, that's why the left melted down. And that's why you only saw bureaucrats and politicians protesting. And that's why that protest died down and went away so quickly, because real Americans are like, yeah, good.
Yeah, I'm sorry. Was D.C. upset when the entire Rust Belt shut down?
No.
They didn't care.
They didn't care. And even when they shut down the pipeline,
right.
When Biden came in day one, and Jen Psaki famously said, go get yourself a green job. She didn't care.
Not even a little. Zero compassion.
Yeah, there's zero. Go find yourself a green job. We're creating a bunch. Except they didn't, of course.
Right.
And it's the same way with this PBS NPR thing. How many people are even necessary to be there? I mean, really, it's a network, right? It all generates from one place and then just is aired all throughout the country.
Yes.
So how many people do we need running that to begin with? And should they, should they exist in their own lane? Should they be able to take care of their own funding, whether it's fundraising? And here's another example. My wife loves K-Love, the Christian network.
Oh, okay, got it.
It all generates out of California. It's on 106.7 here in town, and I think it took over at 104.7 when the fish went away. And they do fundraisers, and they're completely independent. They don't get government money. They don't get anything. They raise it all on their own. They're a network, no different than PBS is. Why does PBS get propped up and they don't?
It's totally unfair. PBS should have to, swim in the same pond, right? In the marketplace that everybody else has to be in, rather than getting special consideration and our taxpayer dollars from the government. This isn't something that's like necessary for our country's survival.
To exist? No, it's not.
We're going to be fine without it.
If they turn off every PBS station in about 6 weeks, I don't think anybody even notices anymore.
No,
There's too many outlets to get content, even left-wing content like they produce.
Yeah, the left is not going to be starved for content. I think it's insane. I won't be tuning in.
Yeah, no, me
But if
either.
you want it, you can find it.
Yes, exactly right. And you didn't have to pay for it. I didn't have to pay for it.
That would be ideal.
It's available if you want it without your government being a part of it and having their hand in it. Yeah, putting the thumb on the scale, as you said, which I think is so smart. I want to play you a piece of audio from Harry Enton. This dude is going to get fired from CNN. There's no way they can keep him around because the news that he presents is very good for Donald Trump when it comes to Democrats and policy and ideas, and specifically what Donald Trump's numbers are the best about, and that is immigration.
Deport all undocumented immigrants. Voters favoring the government trying to deport all 11 million of them. Back in 2016, just 38% of voters wanted the government to try to deport all 11 million undocumented immigrants. Compared to where we are in 2025, 56%, the majority. The American people have come a long way on this issue, much closer to Donald Trump, and I think that's a big part of the reason why Americans are increasingly saying the country is on the right track when it comes to immigration policy, and why Donald Trump's net approval rating on that issue is in the positive.
You should have seen the host that had set up the segment. Face just in disarray. You couldn't believe what they're hearing. And it's exactly what we voted for. Donald Trump said, here's what I'm going to do when I'm elected. And the American people were like, yep, that's what we need to do. And then elected him in a landslide. So get out of the way, Democrats. Get out of the way to people like Senator Van Hollen of Maryland down there having margarita drinks with an MS-13 member. And I don't know if you saw the post that the White House pushed out on X, formerly known as Twitter. It just said, "We are not the same." And it was a picture of Van Hollen with Abreu Garcia, the MS-13 member that is in jail, and Donald Trump standing next to Patty Morin, the mother of Rachel that was killed by an illegal immigrant. We are not the same. And the numbers back it up.
The imagery of this is unbeatable because the left can complain all they want about what's going on and, oh, these people are innocent, these people are innocent. Okay, well then why do we keep finding gang members? Why do we keep finding people who should have been deported years ago but weren't?
They will continue to find them because now there's a actual search for them.
Yeah, that was trying.
There were never a search before.
That's
it was
right.
all about how do we convert these people into voters.
Yes.
Let's give them everything that we can, including Social Security numbers, which my Aunt Peg told me was impossible. You can't get a Social Security number unless you're a citizen. Oh, really? Now we know that not to be the case. We know that under Joe Biden's amnesty program, it was called humanitarian parole, and he was giving hundreds of thousands of illegal immigrants Social Security cards, which means you can vote, and then access to Medicare, Medicaid, and Social Security funds, which they told me would never happen, could never happen. And then, now we know that they did. They were breaking every law to bring all these people in. They knew exactly what they were doing the entire time.
Right. None of these things happen by accident, right?
No.
It's not like, oh, this slipped through the cracks and we accidentally gave all these people Social Security cards. No, that was intentional. You have to know what's going on. So President Trump is not just charged with putting the country on a better path. He's kind of cleaning up a crime scene.
Yeah.
And just undoing what Biden did is a mountain to climb in and of itself.
Isn't it crazy that they are so concerned about Donald Trump following the law, which I feel like he has at every turn followed the law and said, I'm going to follow the law. Where were those people that were concerned about the law when the Biden administration was breaking it with regularity? Remember when he said, I know the Supreme Court said we can't forgive people's debt, but we're going to find a way around it.
Yeah. The left was cheerleading for it.
Where were they?
They were in the stands, rah, rah, good for him. You know, this court's illegitimate. We have to pack it with all of these new justices. Yeah, when the left doesn't like something, they attack its legitimacy. They've never been graceful losers, and we're seeing that now. It's why they double down on every failed policy instead of learning, ooh, okay, we're horrifically out of touch. Maybe let's not have margaritas with a gang member.
Yeah, it doesn't seem like a good idea. It doesn't seem like a good look. That seems like they're writing themselves. Those midterm commercials for politicians that get overwhelming after a while because we see them so much. But those are writing themselves right now.
The conservative side, we're not going to have to look very hard for attack ads.
Exactly
Every morning, I feel like we get served some from the left on a silver platter. And we're like, great, we'll use it.
The one that was so successful for Donald Trump is she's for they, them, he's for us. There's going to be a variation of that with they're for illegal immigrants and we're for Americans. And the picture of Van Hollen with the MS-13 member and Donald Trump with the victim of a violent crime, a murder, the mother of a woman that was murdered by an illegal immigrant. And does that mean all illegal immigrants are bad? No, it doesn't. But it does mean we have to get it cleaned up. I think you have to take it down to the bare bones.
Yeah.
Just like I do with the federal government. I think you have to break it down to the studs and rebuild it in the way that it needs to be done. Obviously, with the federal government being very, very small, if I can get it that way. The least amount of government, the better. And it includes immigration. Does that mean that some people that are very kind and work hard need to go back to where they're from and apply to come to the United States legally? Yeah, it does. And the American people support it. You just heard Harry Enton talk about it as what was 58% or 56% of the overwhelming majority. The majority of Americans feel the exact same way, and getting 56% of people to agree on anything is not easy.
It's really, really hard.
So that number is astronomical.
It is. And what did we hear from Biden? It was, I need Congress to pass a law to secure our border. No, it's already the law.
Yeah, it's already there. Just enforce it.
Right, which he refused to do.
We didn't need Congress. We needed a better president.
We didn't need a new law. We needed a new president.
That's what
exactly right. Yeah, you're right.
The latest sports news, powered by 680 The Fan and driven to extra listeners by RBM of Atlanta in Sandy Springs, Atlanta's Mercedes-Benz connection since 1964.
Good morning. Here are your sports headlines for Monday, April 21st. The Atlanta Braves swept the Minnesota Twins out of Atlanta over the weekend. Next up, a visit from the St. Louis Cardinals to open up a 3-game series starting tonight. It'll be Spencer Schwellenbach on the mound for the Braves tonight. He'll be opposed by Eric Fetty. First pitch is set for 7:15. You can hear that game on our sister station's brand new app, 680 The Fan. The Georgia Bulldogs, they've been busy in the transfer portal as they land a trio of transfers, including Army linebacker Elo Madozi, who was ranked 8th in ESPN's transfer rankings. And the Italian League of Soccer has announced that they will postpone their matchups for today and for the next several days in the wake of the death of Pope Francis. He was 88 years old. With your sports headlines, I'm Carlos Medina.
If you're thinking about a new Buick or GMC, don't wait. Now's the time. Head to Jim Ellis Buick GMC, where the price is right now.
Lock in your lowest price today before prices start to rise due to new tariffs. Shop early while inventory is strong. Right now, Jim Ellis Buick GMC has more than 400 vehicles in stock.
Whether it's the luxurious Buick Enclave or Envision, a spacious GMC Acadia or Yukon, or the power and the capability of the Sierra and Canyon trucks.
And if you're shopping pre-owned, you'll find a great selection of certified vehicles too. Thoroughly inspected and ready to roll at Jim Ellis Buick GMC. You'll find exactly what you want. But don't wait too long. Get yours today before prices go up and vehicle selection goes down. No pressure, no games, just a transparent, customer-first experience that makes buying easy.
Start your search now before prices change at JimEllisBuickGMC.com or visit Jim Ellis Buick GMC in Chamblee off Peachtree Boulevard inside the perimeter, or in Beaufort off Highway 20 near 985. Jim Ellis Buick GMC, we are professional grade.
I enjoy a good night's sleep, and I like to breathe while I'm sleeping. My wife appreciates that, too. That's why I wear a CPAP. You want the right machine. You want expert advice. You want all the supplies that go with it. You get it all at CPAPs, etc. in Alpharetta. Machines, masks, tubing, filters, cleaning supplies, all of it, and they ship nationwide. Walk-ins, by the way, are welcome. CPAPs, etc. Alpharetta, cpapsetc.com.
Welcome to Collins Hill Golf Club. Located only minutes between Georgia 316 and I-85 in Lawrenceville, lies one of Northeast Atlanta's best fun and affordable golf courses. A beautiful traditional layout with small undulating greens and narrow tree lines, and a new pond restoration project that will enhance the beauty and playability of the course. Collins Hill offers a wonderful challenge for every skill level. But golf is just the beginning of what you'll find at Collins Hill Golf Club. The clubhouse is the ideal place for members and guests to relax. The staff at Collins Hill is another key asset to the club. There is always something going on at Collins Hill Golf Club. Interested in competitive golf tournaments locally? Join the Collins Hill Men's Golf Association. Annual membership includes a golf tournament happening every month. Visit collinshillgolf.com for information. That's collinshillgolf.com.
A company that has been trusted in Atlanta for over 25 years has already done their hometown homework, like having the very best people, fair, honest pricing, exceptional customer service, and a focus on high-quality work. That's us. Hi, I'm Dan Watkins, owner of All Four Seasons Garage, Entry Doors, and Windows. Sometimes new isn't better, like out-of-town home improvement companies invading Atlanta with their inflated pricing and subpar work. When trust matters, trust us. All the number 4 Seasons Garages.
Attention Warriors, are you a veteran ready to navigate to success after service? Tune in to the Warrior Alliance Network. Join us as we spotlight inspiring stories, provide essential resources, and connect you with a community dedicated to empowering veterans. From career advice to health and wellness tips, the Warrior Alliance Network is your go-to hub for post-service success. Tune in Saturday mornings at 11 a.m. on Extra 106.3. Join us on the mission, the Warrior Alliance Network, where warriors thrive together. Visit us at thewarrioralliance.org for more information.
When you hear the term living better, what do you think about? More money? A bigger house? Maybe a yacht? What about how you feel physically? How you wake up each day? How you sleep? What activities you can and cannot do? When you feel good, life is good. So if pain is affecting your life, see how Relief Factor can help. Relief Factor is a daily supplement that fights pain naturally. Developed by doctors, it doesn't just mask pain temporarily, it helps reduce or even eliminate pain. In fact, the longer you take it, the more effective it is. So give their 3-week quick start a try. It's only $19.95, less than $1 a day. And it just takes a phone call, 1-800-4-RELIEF. That's 1-800-4-RELIEF. Wherever you're hurting, in 3 weeks or even days, Relief Factor can give you a chance to rediscover the true meaning of living better again. Visit ReliefFactor.com or call 1-800-4-RELIEF. That's 1-800-4-RELIEF.
You know what would be fun? Lecturing high school students on our Constitution. Most of them know more about TikTok trends than they do our Constitution.
Catch Neil's commentary every day on Extra 106.3 and the Extra app.
Welcome back. It is the Morning Extra. Carlos Medina and Tug Coward, though no Tug today, so the very awesome Angela Morabito sitting in once again. Thank you for covering me on Thursday, Friday, by the way.
Oh, my gosh. It's my pleasure. I'm happy to be here. And I'm glad you had such a great trip.
I know. A great trip over to D.C. We got a chance to, we're taking part in our Northeast qualifier. The girls did really well, but we faltered in the gold bracket. And so it was a little tough one, but it's all right. We're going to get another chance at this stuff, and we still expect to be at Nationals. And so that's just how it's going to go. By the way, 6 o'clock hour is brought to you by Subaru of Gwinnett. We do appreciate their patronage. So we did talk about it opening part of the show. And by the way, I'm sorry that my voice sounds the way it does. I've been yelling for 4 days straight. There's something about 14-year-old girls volleyball that will have me pump a fist and then yell really loud, Jure.
Oh, I thought you were just out there at the protest making your voices heard.
That's right. Heard. Yes, I was making my voice heard in D.C. And speaking of my voice being heard in D.C., so I had this video, and I sent it over to Jerry, and we were getting a little bit of a chuckle out of it. So this ends up being, and granted, do you have an opinion of Laura Loomer? Like, I think that she does some decent work, but at the same time, I also think,
she's too crazy for me.
Thank you.
She's too far.
I feel like she does a really solid job with getting scoops.
She does.
But because of her personality and her mentality, oftentimes it's oh man, we got to like double and triple check this because Loomer's a little bit crazy.
She might have an outlandish story, and she will have an outlandish story every single day, but I don't believe it till I hear it from another source.
She is the pick-me girl of politics right now.
Very much so, yes. I think that's a really good description. She is that, hey, pick me. Like, I want to be in the in crowd. I want to, and I think this administration rightfully has kept a little bit of difference of distance between her and them, in part because she's a giant supporter, but she's also a bit inflammatory. And so I think it's like, we're going to keep...
Right.
It's almost like the crazy girlfriend, right? Or the crazy girl you date. It's like, I'm not taking her home, but like once in a while you might go like, all right, let's grab some dinner.
What you doing this weekend?
Exactly.
It's the craziest girl in every friend group of like, I love your stories, but I'm scared you're going to end up in jail.
Right. Like, I know that if I hang with you after 11 o'clock, there's a good chance that I either get beaten up or end up in jail. Okay? Like, those are the two options. That's Laura Loomer or me in a political sense.
Absolutely the girl that would get you in a fight that you didn't start.
That is right. So this is not Laura Loomer in this case, but this is part of her production group. And they went out to these protests that were going on in D.C. And what you're going to hear here, there is a reporter who's walking up on a van. They essentially have a handful of trans protesters that start basically filtering around the van, and they're now handing out these pre-made posters. So that is what is occurring here, and you're going to have these people start to surround said reporter, and now the arguments ensue of, oh, what are you shooting, or what are you asking, or what are you doing? Because, again, it blows a hole in this stuff if you see how AstroTurf it is. Take a listen.
Hi. Something? Oh, I'm just documenting you guys putting all your protest stuff in a van. It's very nice of you. How far did you travel to come to protest today?
That's not really your concern.
I'm just a journalist, so I'm just curious,
Okay. Are you with the news agency?
Yeah, independent.
Yeah?
Yeah.
Okay. So is there any questions that I can answer you for?
Yeah, where'd you guys come from today?
We live here in the D.C. area.
Then why do you have a van full of stuff? People wearing masks.
There's a road here.
Yeah, no.
Roads are great for transporting things and traveling. So,
I can videotape on a sidewalk, so.
No, I'm going to stop you from videotaping it.
Yeah, I'm not going to interrupt you guys. I'm just
trying to understand.
It's just interesting you guys are putting everything in a van, and you're getting really mad about it. That looks really suspicious.
They're starting to surround him to make sure that he can't get any more shots of the van. If that is not exactly what you were bringing up about how AstroTurf and what I experienced, and again, in the opening hour, the cab driver I talked to told me the trans protesters are back. I was like, that's what in D.C., like the locals know this is silly. Here they're here to do this again.
Yeah, and they treat it like a passing craze of like, oh yeah, they're here, but they'll be gone tomorrow.
Right,
it's
exactly.
Just gonna mess
they're
with
only
traffic.
paid through noon. It'll be fine.
Yeah, like it'll clear up. It's okay. They talk about it like a road closure.
Yes.
Which, speaking of, I love that person's brilliant defense of what he was doing was to explain what a road is. Of you transport things on it, and that's why we have a van. That guy has no leg to stand on.
No, not at all. And to see everything situated in that van in the way that it was, that is all he just wanted to show it to the rest of the public, to put it out on social media, is look at how they've organized this. Look at how this is not a matter of a bunch of people that have decided, locally in town, there's this protest, I'm going to go show up. Most of these people are traveling from outside. And so where are you from? From the D.C. area. I'm like, the hell you are.
Right.
Because when even the cab drivers are telling me that they're in town, like that was enough for me. And again, I had this conversation with a cab driver like 72 hours before I ever saw this video. So that's why it hit me. I was like, I got to bring this to the show today.
These are the opposite of organic. These are GMO protests.
They very much are. If you were to tell me that there was going to be a protest in let's say downtown Cumming, and it happened to be about keeping men out of women's sports, I've never been to a political protest. I might show up.
Yeah.
That would be motivating enough for me to go show up. You're not having to pay me. It happens to be something that I believe in. I might make it a point to drive the 5 minutes to go and lend my support to this organization with what they're pushing. This is the complete opposite. This is, we're bringing you in, we're paying you, here's your sign that you didn't make, that we made, and now let's pretend like we have an organic protest.
Yeah, somewhere there's this like secret leftist arts and crafts operation of like, we have to make it look like everyone made these posters in their own homes, and they definitely didn't.
All right, we got a quick minute here. Let's get out to the phones. Let's go to David in Kennesaw. David, you're up first right here on the Morning Extra. How you doing?
Good, guys. Hope everybody had a good Easter weekend.
Absolutely.
But there's a couple things here. With these protests, have y'all noticed how much smaller they are now?
Much, yes.
Okay, and I think there's two things going on there. One, Trump already won, and he's only going to be around for one term, so, what's your point there? But two, and I think this is the real salient point, is I think now that Elon Musk and Doge have really started going after these NGOs, that the money tree is being shot down.
David, thank you for the call. We'll get into that to start the next hour. This is the Morning Extra right here on Extra 106.3 FM.
Point.
Atlanta radio legends, proud military vets, national network experts are all on Extra 106.3.
It's going to be an interesting couple of months.
With live and local shows in the morning and afternoon, and the biggest conservative hosts in the country throughout the day. We are always here with the latest news and opinions you need.
There's no chance if the media and the Department of Justice and social media are all against you.
No traffic interruptions, no former shock jocks, just Atlanta legends you've turned to for a generation. The conservative voice of Atlanta. Extra 106.3 FM and the Extra app.
The Braves Kids Club program is back this season with new and improved benefits, including 2 new membership options. Kids Club members enjoy all the perks of monthly Kids Club days at Truist Park and receive discounted tickets and invites to special events. Plus, your kids will love the new Kids Club kit, featuring an exclusive t-shirt, hat, and beaded necklace like the players wear. It's the best way to rep the Braves in your town. Visit braves.com/kids to sign up for the Kids Club today. Atlanta Braves Baseball. We are Braves country.
You protect your physical health by choosing your doctors carefully. Protect your financial health by choosing an attorney carefully. An accident can be very costly. You want to receive the compensation you deserve. Call Van Sant Law. My friend David Van Sant will take care of you, trust me, very well. The number is 855-GA-INJURY. The website is vansantlaw.com. In the event of an accident, it could be the most important phone call you make.
This is Tom with the Honest Car Guy.
Hey, what's with all this honesty stuff?
We help you buy your next pre-owned car or truck honestly.
How honestly?
We guarantee that each vehicle we sell will come with a bill of sale showing what we paid for the vehicle. You'll pay what we pay, plus our disclosed fee, guaranteed.
No gimmicks or tricks?
Nope.
Man, this sounds like a new way to buy a car.
Get an honest car buy from the Honest Car Guy. Call 844-SHOW-ME-1. That's 844-SHOW-ME-1, or visit honestcarguy.com.
Hey, this is Matt from East Cobb. We basically bought our house from our in-laws. It was my wife's childhood home. One of the issues that we've had when we first moved in was our dog in our backyard. It was extremely shaded, could never grow grass back there. We resodded it twice. So ATL Turf Co. did an amazing job with our backyard transformation. They basically created a miniature golf hole. We have a miniature fairway. We also have a miniature little putting green. Consists of about 4 holes, total about 40 yards, so you can definitely work on your short game and your putting. After that transformation that ATL Turf Co. did for us, my father-in-law came and saw his house the way it looked after the fact of we had a putting green and a miniature golf course. Sure enough, he did the same thing with ATL Turf Co. He has a beautiful backyard, wonderful stonework, drainage, and a beautiful practice area for chipping and putting. Check them out online at atlturfco.com.
Hey, this is Tom from the Honest Car Guy. We help you buy your next pre-owned car or truck honestly. We guarantee each vehicle we sell will come with a copy of the bill of sale showing what we paid for it. You pay what we pay, plus a disclosed fee. Guaranteed. Honesty is the best policy, and we guarantee it. Finally, a pre-owned car and truck buying process that you can trust.
Get an honest car buy from the Honest Car Guy. Call 844-SHOW-ME-1. That's 844-SHOW-ME-1, or visit honestcarguy.com.
WFOM and W292 EV Marietta, a Dickey broadcasting station. This hour is presented by Van Sant Law, vansantlaw.com.
This is a Fox News alert. Catholics are in mourning. Pope Francis has died. I'm Dave Anthony. That's the Vatican a short time ago, about 3 hours after we learned of the Pope's passing at the age of 88, as people now gather outside the Vatican to pay their respects.
The Vatican released a statement this morning. It reads in part, at 7:35 this morning, the Bishop of Rome, Francis, returned to the house of the Father. His entire life was dedicated to the service of the Lord and his church. He taught us to live the values of the gospel with fidelity, courage, and universal love, especially in favor of the poorest and most marginalized. The news is heartbreaking and stunning, given that the Pope was just seen in public on Easter Sunday greeting thousands of people in St. Peter's Square. It was his most high-profile event as he continued to recover from his almost fatal bout with double pneumonia.
That's Fox's Madeline Rivera. World leaders are paying tribute to Pope Francis. The White House just posted on X, "Rest in peace." The Pope led the Roman Catholic Church since he was elected in 2013.
Almost from that moment, he signaled changes were coming. The first pontiff from Latin America. The first Jesuit, the first to call himself Francis, would be just a few of the new beginnings. Always setting the example of his own philosophy that servants of the church should be humble and lead simpler lives, and turn down the palatial papal quarters in favor of a more modest residence at the Vatican. He also began speaking frankly about modern issues, famously saying, "Who am I to judge?" when asked about the sexual orientation of priests.
That's Fox's Lauren Green. Father Gerald Murray, a priest at New York City's St. Joseph Church, tells Fox.
Now the body will be prepared for the funeral. It's the funeral mass. The cardinals will decide. It'll probably be within 4 to 6 days. And then after that, there's going to be a period of approximately 10 days where the cardinals will meet together.
And they'll ultimately decide who the next pope will be. America's listening to Fox News.
Seems everything costs more these days. Gas, groceries, and when's the last time you checked your wireless bill? When it comes to Big Wireless, if you're staying, you may be overpaying. Switch to Consumer Cellular and get your second month free for a limited time. You'll get the same fast, reliable nationwide coverage without the big wireless bill. Plans start at just $20 a month. Here's Veronica and Jackie, real customers.
I didn't know that I could get something for a lot less money that was actually better than who I was with before.
Anytime anybody complains about their cell phone bill, we say, you've got to check out Consumer Cellular.
And now for a limited time, new customers can get their second month free when they use promo code SECONDFREE. Just call, click, or bring us your bill and see how much you can save. Because when it comes to Big Wireless, if you're staying, you may be overpaying. Call 1-888-FREEDOM, visit a store near you, or consumercellular.com and use code SECONDFREE to get a free second month. Real people paid to share their opinions in this ad. Plans include $5 credit for auto pay and e-billing. Taxes, fees, and other third-party charges will apply. See website for additional details.
Hey, it's your old pal Neil Bortz. I'm back on Atlanta's only conservative news talk station, Extra 106.3. Okay, here's more of the Morning Xtra.
Welcome back. Good morning. It is the Morning Extra. Thank you to Neil Bortz. He'll be with us tomorrow, 7:25. Technically, you can check out the Neil Bortz Show. It is Los. It is Tug, though. No Tug this morning. Instead, Angela Morabito, who just went through a heavenly experience, I believe, as she had her first moment in the massage chair, the Dream Galleria massage chair that we've had now for a couple of years. And really the only reason I even show up to work, so that I can have a little bit of fun, talk a little bit of silliness, do some sports, and get in the massage chair.
That thing is built like a spaceship, and when it started stretching my legs out and tilting me back like it's going to launch me across the room, I'm like, this is awesome. This is the greatest massage chair I've ever experienced.
There is no such thing. Like, you're used to maybe seeing like a massage chair at a mall or maybe at a convention center. This thing, there's a reason why it retails the way it does, and the heat, and again, it's been the most awesome thing. For those of you that are longtime listeners and you hear about the massage chair, just know we're not exaggerating. Like, Angela just experienced it.
These guys are not overselling you on the massage chair. When it starts squeezing around your legs and it tilts you back, I'm like, this is like the start of a roller coaster.
There you go, Sleep Galleria, just in case if you ever need to find yourself, or if you just want to get like a really awesome gift for somebody. I'm like awesome. Like, it's like a wedding gift. Okay, like it's got some pricey to it. It's worth it though.
I remember my dad's old lazy boy that would that thing doesn't even hold it. It's not even in the same category.
It's like driving a car from the 1960s versus today.
Yes.
It's so technologically advanced.
It's got a touch screen on it.
Yes. In fact, it drives itself. That's what the equivalent of what you're talking about.
You know, if it had started wheeling me down the hallway, I don't think I would have been that surprised.
No,
just mind of its own.
And you wouldn't have complained either. You're like, this is so great.
Just
Thank
Roomba
you.
me around a little bit.
Take me around wherever you want to. 7 o'clock hour is brought to you by Van Zant Law Group. Again, 7 o'clock hour, always brought to you by the Van Zant Law Group. Angela Morabito sitting in studio. But before we get a chance to jump into what we were going to do here, I do want to touch on, because we're up against it, and I want to get David's call in and his point. We were talking about these AstroTurf protests and the size of what they now are. They are incredibly small. You're not seeing the same sort of crazy fervor and money being spent in 2020 that we saw, where BLM was raising all this crazy money that they eventually stole. And part of this is the Doge cuts of what we're seeing. There was a report over the weekend about how you now have Hamas, who's even having trouble trying to organize military operations because USAID is no longer funding Hamas. Remember that old meme, the joke of, here's the Iron Dome missiles, here's the rockets from Hamas, and it's your tax dollars versus your tax dollars?
Yes.
That's what was going on. So it's no surprise that David has noticed it too with the Doge cuts. Suddenly these protests aren't anywhere near as big and fervent, and nowhere, they don't have the size that we're used to seeing, unless you happen to go to like some sort of place, some liberal bastion like Denver, Colorado, and organize it to where you can see if you can get like 8,000 people out there.
Yeah, I feel like the left has just been trying to recapture the Women's March of all these people taking to the streets, which that had its own problems. But I really loved his point of just the left is totally demoralized. They're not showing up anymore. They know they can't change things.
They know they don't have any power
at all.
That's the beautiful thing that is happening right now. And I guess what I would say is that it only is momentary, because traditionally, historically, the Democrats will win the House when they get another chance at it. But when you're living in a world with a 21% approval rating, and you have the areas where Donald Trump and his administration have basically found themselves on the size of 80-20 issues, and they're on the 80%. I question if the Democrats continue to go down this road, if they're going to be able to retake the House, because that is the one area where they're like, we're going to get the House back. Jamie Raskin, we'll just wait till we get the House back. Dude, you keep talking the stuff that you're talking, you're not getting the House back.
Yeah, he's going to be waiting a very, very long time. If they keep doubling down on the issue of transgender athletes in women's sports, if they keep doubling down on, we're on the side of MS-13 gang members, but not parents who have lost their children to violence committed by illegals. I don't know if anyone alive today has ever seen a political party be so wrong across so many different issues.
And there's oftentimes I can look at an issue and say, I get where they're coming from, and I get what their plan of attack is and what their strategy is. I don't get this one. Like there's a moment where you say, all right, is this something that's going to create like a populist movement? Is there going to create some sort of energy that's going to create this interest in what we're talking about? And yet for their base, for the fringe 20%, but I don't know of any common Americans, the guy that shows up to do his 50 hours a week and just wants to make ends meet, who is going, you know what? I really think they should bring that gang member back over from El Salvador.
Yeah, that is such an unnecessary hill for the left to die on. And yet they've learned nothing, right? Like in the aftermath of the last presidential election, they paid these consultants, I'm sure, an exorbitant amount of money for a postmortem of, okay, we missed big.
How did this happen to us?
Yes, and the recommendation was just be normal, and they failed at that so hard.
There's only one person that there's a few more. Like Bill Maher has been one of them. I do believe that we have gotten from Carville, the Ragin' Cajun, we've gotten a little bit more of this of how do we just act more normal? How do we play the game of being more normal? And they can't. And I think this really speaks back to what Jerry and I were talking during the break. Jerry got into, what was it that you watched over the weekend?
Little WrestleMania.
All right.
I don't watch week to week.
This is the talent of this show. That Jerry can take something like WrestleMania and he realized there is something I'm watching and it also applies to what I do for a living.
So when you're watching professional wrestling, and like I said, I tune in
professional wrestling
once a year, wrestling as we call it around.
Yes,
once a year I'll take this in, and now it's a 2-night thing, and after a couple of hours, it's like, all right, the announcers who do a great job for live entertainment. They're telling you things. They're telling you to believe something that your eyes told you is absolutely not true.
You just saw a man take a swing. You knew it didn't connect.
Exactly.
And they're going crazy.
The major right hand, it came a foot away from his face. He's knocked out. He's out cold. And that's what it feels like the media does every time something happens. Oh, Donald Trump illegally deported a Maryland man. No, there was a deportation order. This guy was a gang member. Oh, Elon Musk is trying to defund Social Security. No, he's trying to make sure dead people and people who haven't been born yet aren't claiming benefits.
So you're pointing out, and I love the fact that he watched WrestleMania and goes, I'm like being lied to for my own entertainment.
Yeah.
Then he recognizes. And that's what the media does for the most part, is lie to you for the entertainment of the masses of people who are watching.
Yes, but they get offended when you don't believe it.
Yes.
Right. It's
Just
don't
like-
believe your lying eyes.
It's just like wrestling fans when you tell them it's not true. Or say it's not real.
Don't you tell them that. You go down the hall, you tell Adam Gillespie, the road dog, he's a producer of all things Georgia sports. You go tell him, hey, man, I was watching WrestleMania. I don't think that stuff is real. It's going to be like somebody kicked his dog. Okay, like he's going to go after you. But I like how you mentioned it, Angela. When you say that to the media, I don't believe you because you're not doing the work. They then get offended. I want to play this audio from Stephen Miller. And I love how Stephen Miller, he is sitting outside the White House doing his thing, right? It's like taking on all comers. And what he starts doing is now, as he's fielding questions about deportations, he now starts throwing terms back at the media and starts questioning, if you just did a little bit of research, you'd understand what's going on here. And I think what it speaks to is either a media that is ignorant, but I think that's a small percentage. I think the larger percentage is, if I want to keep my job, I got to keep telling you that punch landed. I got to keep telling you that Doge is going after your Social Security. I have to keep telling you that Donald Trump is sending good, upstanding Americans over to El Salvador. Take a listen to Stephen Miller.
You couldn't even spend 72 hours over the weekend learning the distinction, even you've been writing and talking about it this whole time. What I'm getting from this conversation, which is educational for me, is that not one person in the media knows the difference between a deportation order and a withholding order. Is that a fair statement? You're learning about this all for the first time right now? I guess so. Okay. So the deportation order means the judge has said he must be deported from the country. He has no right to remain here any longer. He must be removed from the country. So his only options are to be deported to his home country or another country. That's it. There's no other option. He doesn't get to stay here. He doesn't get to live here. He has no future here. He has no right to be here. He's an illegal alien. So when you keep saying return, because you've been spun up by the open borders advocates, you all seem to be operating under the illusion that he would be able to come to the United States and just continue to live here illegally. That's not an option available to him. His only choices in life are to live in El Salvador or to live in another country. That's it. There's no other option, legally or otherwise, because he came to our country illegally.
I love that Stephen Miller puts back in the media's face, this has already been ordered in a court of law. The only choices, if we're being compliant with the law, remember that's a big thing, all the lawfare, you got to be compliant with the law. The only thing to be compliant with the law is you either live in El Salvador or somewhere else, but not here. Because two judges have both decided you can't be here.
Stephen Miller is the MMA fighter who just showed up to the pro wrestling match and actually started kicking people in the teeth.
I see that none of y'all are hitting each other. Let me change the game here.
Yes, and he does change the game, right? Like, I think he's one of the administration's best communicators, and he decided to really take the media to task on things that they're missing either willfully or not willfully. Maybe they're willfully lying. Maybe they're just bad at their jobs and don't know what's happening.
Part of WrestleMania. If you want to think about this, if I was to say the only way you keep your job is to keep up this political theater, then what do?
You keep up the political theater.
Yeah, that's part of. I mean,
survival.
I feel very fortunate that you and I, Angela, and Jerry as well, we are in a position where we're allowed to share our opinions. And there are opinions. We're not told you must say this in order to maintain these opportunities.
Yeah, nobody tells any of us what to say or how to say it. And I think that's the beauty of the show, is that it's an honest conversation, because this is the kind of media that's growing. The dishonest conversation, like you see in the legacy press, that's dying out. So, but with all these people trying to save their own jobs by keeping up the lie, they're going to ultimately kill their little industry of lying, because people know it's not true.
I've called it a circular firing squad. It's a suicide pact. We know this is not working anymore. We know it's failing. We know the audiences are declining. We know that the audiences are going to alternative media. I mean, consider, this is not the biggest signal in all of Atlanta, yet we have the most time spent listening of any station in Atlanta. More people spend more time listening to this radio station than any other radio station in this marketplace. Thank you. First off, thank you. Next off, I believe it's because we're actually having the conversations that other people will not have. And so that's where we talk about these alternative forms of media that are now growing, because people just don't want to be propagandized any longer.
Yeah. And at first, there's a cycle to this, right? So I think about it with inflation, where inflation's not happening.
Oh, okay, it's not.
Inflation is transitory. I'm okay.
Thank you, Janet Yellen. Please tell me more.
Transitory, meaning it'll end before the heat death of the universe. Sounds great.
Does that mean it's only a couple more months? Okay.
And then they go, oh, inflation, it's a good thing.
Oh, I hear it's a good thing. They told me to look at my 401k.
And they've done this with every single issue. They've done this with transgenderism of, oh, well, that's not real. That's just hyperbole. And then, well, it's a good thing because women should just train harder so they can compete with men. They do this with everything, and people are seeing straight through it.
Let's finish up this segment with this. The trolling of Van Hollen. All right, this has been fun for me, because I feel like if you ever wanted to put yourself, like the noble idea, I'm going to create political theater. I'm going to create something that's going to hurt Donald Trump and this administration. And while you're doing it, you realize how much it's backfiring on you.
Spectacularly. And Van Hollen out of Maryland said he was going to go see his quote unquote constituent, which he wasn't. He was here illegally in El Salvador. So he goes and he has this little, margarita,
we didn't even touch him.
Meet cute with this MS-13 gang member who is now in El Salvador. And Congressman Mike Collins from right here in Georgia played a little prank on him, on Van Hollen. He changed the sign outside of Van Hollen's office to say Democrat from El Salvador.
From El Salvador. Maryland. See, this is what happens when you're trolling and your trolling game is good. I refer to this as the new right. I've been saying this for quite a while. The new right, we're ahead of them in what we're doing. They're playing the game slowly. We're 3 steps ahead. As you had Van Hollen, who was meeting with this MS-13 gang member, and the first thing he's looking at him is like, well, you look quite healthy. You look pretty good. Everyone's like, yeah, we told you. Told you he's fine. Look,
have a margarita.
Exactly. And the longer it goes and the more like, hey, it's all friendly, you have the White House who's walking out a woman who had her daughter murdered in the state of Maryland by an illegal. And so while Van Hollen's having his, hey, look, we're having our own little margarita summit, there's one woman who's behind the podium who's actually telling you about what's going on and how Van Hollen won't meet with her. Which one do you think was really hitting there?
Yeah.
Yeah. And that's what this new right is doing. It's constantly, and I don't know who all the people are. If this was a scenario where I said, Angela, you're going to be in the White House and you're going to anticipate what they're doing, you know these people, you would be calling it like, this is what they're going to do tomorrow. This is how they're going to react to this. Because they have the same playbook. They always have. And we know it so well that we're actually countering it the way we're supposed to be.
That's right. The left has become predictable.
Very.
And predictably bad, right? You talk about the difference between the image of President Trump meeting with Mrs. Morin, who lost her daughter to a crime committed by an illegal migrant, versus the image of Van Hollen sitting with an MS-13 gang member and enjoying marks. The White House presents those two images to the American public, and the subtext is pick a side.
Yeah.
And every decent person is on the side of Patty Morin.
This is very similar to what worked during the summer, and that was the trans commercial that had Kamala Harris. She's for they, them, he's for you.
Best ad of the entire election cycle.
And it's the same idea. Do you want to buy into this side over here where we sit down with MS-13 gang members who have been human trafficking, who his own wife has a protection order against, and that you're making political theater? Or do you side with the woman who suffered a horrible tragedy and wants to make sure that this doesn't happen to other parents?
Yeah.
Which one actually hits you?
There's only one compassionate choice. And the Democrats pretend to be, we're the party of empathy and compassion. Yeah, where's your compassion for the woman who was murdered? Where's your compassion for the family who's now missing their daughter?
They're playing, as far as the Democrats, it is a game of checkers for them. It's chess right now with this administration. So I'm here for it because I love it, and I just love that. It's almost like they have the playbook ahead of time. It's like, I know what play you're running. Okay, let's go to page 4. Here's what they're going to run tomorrow, because the Democrats have so many rules.
Yes.
So many rules by which what they can say, what they can't say. If the Republicans or if this Trump administration had the same sort of rules, he wouldn't have rolled up in a trash truck or worked over at McDonald's. Okay, like they're breaking the glass on everything. Like, we're going to change the game.
Yes, I love that sort of statement. It's become kind of a meme that says you can literally just do whatever you want. And I think the Trump administration proves that every day. Outside the bounds of the law, but if you want to show up and talk about Teslas and go after the people who are firebombing these car dealerships, you can do that. You don't have to be a president who sits behind a desk. You don't have to be a president who's trapped because of a teleprompter. You can just do whatever you want.
7 o'clock hour is brought to you by the Van Zant Law Group. Coming up next, we'll get into a story time where one media icon proves to you how this is how it works, and it's been working this way for a long time. We'll talk about that next. We continue the Morning Extra right here on Extra 106.3 FM.
The Morning Extra, Neil Bortz, and The Kimmer Show are all online for you anytime at thepodcastpark.com. Plus all of Extra's exclusive podcasts like Ben Burnett, Janelle King, and so much more. All at thepodcastpark.com. Presented by Associated Credit Union.
Hello, Atlanta. It's Front Office Los. Let's talk about the good people over at True Prep. First off, you can always go to the store. It's like an adult playland for me. All right, I'm very, very comfortable just saying that when I go into True Prep, it just turns into, what sort of stuff can I add? Now, I've talked about it in the past just because of some of the crazy scenarios that have happened, whether it was Hurricane Michael or whether when we had Snowmageddon. I had a newborn at the time. She's obviously older now, and we were new to the house. It turned into we don't know where we're going to feed this child. Well, that's when I started my prep game. That's where you're able to do this work with True Prep. They also have personal security. It's very important to them. It should be important to you. For instance, they have Smith & Wesson, the M&P 15 Sport 3, the AR-15 for just $649. Okay, they've got the best prices on your firearms as well as your ammo in the area. 1,000 rounds of check-made brass and case box primer 223 ammo for only $399. Okay, these are the sort of deals that they offer. If you're into, let's just say, you're an outdoor enthusiast and you like to hike, you like to get out there, they got all the equipment for you as well. Here's what you do. You can go right on over to Kyle Parkway, over to True Prep, or go online, truprep.com. That's truprep.com. True Prep, prepare today for a worry-free tomorrow.
Hey, Georgia neighbors, it's time to expect more from your Medicare Advantage. Discover Sonder Health's custom plans tailored just for Georgians. Saunders offers unique benefits, including special plans for those living with chronic conditions. Some plans even come with grocery or gas benefits to support your overall well-being. Sonder Health makes it easy to get the coverage you need. See for yourself what today's Medicare Advantage can do for you. Visit SonderHealthPlans.com, a healthier state of life. Sonder Health Plans is an HMO and PPO with Medicare contracts. Enrollment in Sonder Health Plans depends on contract renewal.
If you're the decision maker at your company, we have great news for you, for your HR department, and for your employees. A new and future-forward way to do health benefits is here from Thatch. Not only do your employees get better health benefits with Thatch, but you save an average of $1,620 per employee per year. That's right. You can save over $1,600 per employee per year. Plus, Thatch reduces the time your HR department spends administering benefits. Businesses all over the country love Thatch's breakthrough approach. Rather than a wasteful one-size-fits-all plan, Thatch empowers your employees by letting them customize their own benefits plans. And you save money and time while providing your employees with better health benefits, which works better for everyone. Book a demo with Thatch and we'll send you a $100 gift card. Visit thatch.ai/radio to book a demo for your gift card. That's THATCH.AI/radio. Thatch.ai/radio.
If you're thinking about a new Chevy, don't wait. Now's the time. Head to Jim Ellis Chevrolet where the price is right now.
Lock in your lowest price today before prices start to rise due to new tariffs. Shop early while inventory is strong. Right now, Jim Ellis Chevrolet has more than 400 vehicles in stock on the ground, ready to take home today. That includes the legendary Silverado, family-friendly SUVs like the Equinox, Tahoe, and Suburban, one of the largest Corvette selections in the metro Atlanta area. And if you're shopping pre-owned, you'll find a great selection of certified vehicles too, thoroughly inspected and ready to roll.
At Jim Ellis Chevrolet, you'll find exactly what you want, but don't wait too long. Get yours today before prices go up and vehicle selection goes down. No pressure, no games, just a transparent customer-first experience that makes buying easy.
And after the sale, Jim Ellis Chevrolet is still with you thanks to factory-trained technicians who will keep your Chevy running strong. For the latest offers, stop by their showroom on Peachtree Industrial Boulevard, just inside the perimeter.
Or shop anytime at JimEllisChevrolet.com. Jim Ellis Chevrolet, together, let's drive.
Have you considered securing your family's future? Protecting your hard-earned assets, navigating complex legal matters with ease. Nelson Elder Care Law is here to guide and empower you and your loved ones. As a family-owned and family-focused business, our mission is to exceed your expectations, offering absolute assurance and peace of mind. With our trademark Absolute Protection Trust and expertise in customized estate planning, Medicaid crisis solutions, probate administration, guardianship, and conservatorship, Nelson Elder Care Law protects what matters most to you. Imagine a team dedicated to safeguarding your legacy every step of the way. Our flat fees ensure transparency, and our customized plans prioritize your family's specific needs. Are you worried about protecting your family and your legacy after you're gone? Let us help you ensure you're absolutely protected from whatever curveballs life may throw your way. Schedule a complimentary legacy planning meeting with our legal team in Marietta or Woodstock today. Contact us at 678-250-9355 or visit NelsonElderCareLaw.com.
It's the NRA Annual Meetings and Exhibits at the World Congress Center, April 25th to 27th. 14 acres of guns and gear. A freedom-filled weekend with activities for the entire family. Tickets just $10. NRA members get in free. Visit NRAtickets.com.
The stories that matter to you. These are your Georgia headlines.
Here are your headlines for Monday, April 21st. Flags are flying at half-staff as a South Fulton police officer is laid to rest. Lieutenant Helio Garcia was killed when a vehicle hit him head-on early last week. Lieutenant Garcia is survived by his wife and 3 children. The Police Benevolent Foundation has stepped in to provide support for the family. A 14-year-old Pennsylvania girl reported missing in January has been found in Jasper. She was given medical treatment and returned to Pennsylvania. No arrests have been announced at this time. A man who opened fire on police at a Buc-ee's in Calhoun turned out to be wanted for murder in Tennessee. Police say Robert Smith fled and fired shots while they were attempting to put him in handcuffs. Police say Smith was found dead after a chase from a self-inflicted gunshot. And if your best friend is coughing, you aren't alone. Metro Atlanta veterinarians say dogs are being affected by a rise in a mystery illness. Signs to watch out for include a whooping cough and unusually low energy. Vets encourage dog owners to watch out for these symptoms and contact their vets if it continues. Today's weather: isolated thunderstorms today and warm temperatures in the mid-80s. We'll continue to see showers and storms throughout the week. With your headlines, I'm Jerry Payne.
Yeah, he is Jerry Payne, but I'm Los. That's Tug. Tug's not here. So I'm like pointing out Tug, like, hey, if you just look on YouTube, you'll see Tug. You won't. But it's better. It's Angela Morabito.
No offense to Tug.
No offense to Tug. And the same thing when I am not here and Angela then sat in this chair, things were better. So thank you.
Well, thank you. I've had very big shoes to fill.
You know what we've got to do at some point? I don't know how they make this happen. It's not like I have any pull with HR around here, but at some point we do have to get you like a guest key card because like we're having poor Angela. She's standing outside the building, and it was our guys from the morning show that kind of look at it like, how did that occur? Where it's Brian Finneran, former Atlanta Falcon, and our friend John Michaels works down the hall and in Morning Drive talking sports. And so I go down, and as soon as the elevator doors open up, there's like 6'5" Finn. There's John Michaels, like ready to throw a house around, and then here's little Angela right behind him. They're like, she looked trustworthy enough.
Yeah. It was like one of these things is not like the other. I didn't know who they were, but I could tell like athletes, and I'm so not.
And you notice
they let me in.
We all dress like we're getting ready to play a pickup basketball game. Whereas like Angela, Angela is presentable because when she's used to doing television or even radio, she dresses to be presentable. The rest of us, I'm ready just in case if somebody wants to play like 3-on-3. because you never know.
See, and I'm woefully underprepared in that regard. I got my little flats on. That would not be the move.
Don't have to get ready if you stay ready, right, Los?
That's right, exactly. If there's a karate match or a basketball game, I'm ready either way.
Start leaning into that. See if I can test those boundaries.
I know. See, Jerry makes it a point. Like, he's always very presentable. Typically, it's the college shirt, it's golf attire, it's the pants. And I tell Jerry this all the time. If you wear pants, you have a level of authority. If you wear shorts, it's what I always say. I might talk about the owner of our company, and I might say, yeah, David Dickey closed like a 12-year deal with the Atlanta Braves to keep them in Dickey Broadcasting here. Like, we'll be the flagship company of the Atlanta Braves for the next 12 years.
That's amazing.
And I wear shorts. And that's my point. I'm like I don't do these sort of things. It's like, so-and-so did this. They got this huge thing done, and I'm wearing shorts. So that's just the way I always put it out there for the audience. Just, captain of industry, I appreciate you. Those of you that wear shorts, I'm with you, okay? Like, I know
I am one of you.
I am one of you. We are together in this regard. Yes, the 7 o'clock hour is brought to you by Van Zant Law Group. We'll be taking you all the way until 10 o'clock. Tug will be back tomorrow. Let's go ahead and get to one of my favorite things to always do. It's that moment where we get to tell a little bit of a story. It's time for story time.
Settle in and get comfortable, folks. It's story time with Uncle Los.
All right, I got the guitar out. If you happen to have a lighter, you can put it up, or your phone, either one. I'm going to tell some stories. Now, I did have an abbreviated story time off the air because Angela was asking me about my father-in-law, who I was like, he's coming into town. She's like, where's he from? I was like, oh, him and my mother-in-law have settled in Huntsville, Alabama. And she kind of gave the look of like, oh, Huntsville. And I was like, yeah. And I told her about Operation Paperclip. And the Nazi scientists and those that were developing the V-1 and V-2 rockets, and how when they were initially brought to the States, they, in their very German way, were like, no. Like, this is not, we don't want to be out in the Southwest. Like, it's hot, it's uncomfortable, it doesn't look like Germany. So they moved them all to Huntsville, Alabama. And because it's mountainous, it's green, it looks like Germany to them. That's why you have Space and Rocket Center there, and it's Rocket City, and Van Buren, Van Braun centers, all those sorts of things are all there. And that's why, NASA grew out of Huntsville, Alabama. All right. That was a small portion of story time. That's
Nobody will ever look for him there.
And Angela was like, I did not know that. I'm like, okay, great. That works out well. This one's more media oriented. And it comes off of Chuck Todd, but I want to kind of set the story up this way. When we had the Nuremberg trials of 1945, 1946, this was our opportunity as the Allies to show the world what the Nazis had done and to lay it out for the world to say, this is why this can't happen again. Not just the fact that you had a war, because wars fought all the time. It was the human atrocities of what was done to people and the things that were the Nazi experimentations, the things that they were doing to children and to adults in some of their camps, and then to see who was facilitating this stuff. And so what happened was, as you got into the Nuremberg trials, some of the hardcore Nazis were like, yeah, I did it. You got me. Like, what are you going to do? Okay, you got me. And it's like, okay, well,
confess.
You're going to get hung. All right, that's how it's going to be. But many of them all turned into, well, I didn't know what was going on. I was just following orders. I had no idea what the brass was doing. And a lot of them were pleading this. And so much of the Nuremberg trials, when you go through them, was basically proving, I know you said you didn't order this. Here's the paperwork that we had. In fact, the Nazis spent the end of the war trying to destroy all their paperwork.
Wow.
So that they didn't leave a trail for the Allies to find out what you were doing, who was in charge, and how long you'd been in charge for. So that was a lot of the Nuremberg trials. So I say all of that in this story time to now point out Chuck Todd. He has taken a very, 1945, 1946 Nazi approach to the media. Why do I say this? Because during those Nuremberg trials, these Nazi doctors and Nazi officers turned it into like, I didn't know what was going on. I didn't partake in any of this. I didn't know about any atrocities. What do you mean? I don't know what they were doing.
The blame.
I didn't know what was going on in that camp. That's what they were doing. Take a listen to Chuck Todd as he's part of a podcast and he's asked about what was being done to Donald Trump in the media and within the administration, the Biden administration, and how suddenly Chuck Todd is as clean as wind-driven snow.
There's no doubt Trump wants some revenge. Sure. Right? On the law firms, on press, whatever, But let's not beat around the bush. All these institutions did want to cancel Trump. Yeah. Did want him inoperable in mainstream public. I think the biggest mistake, and I did not follow the Pied Piper on this one, which was this idea that we deplatform everybody post January 6th. This is a democracy. This is a First Amendment. And all of a sudden now you've got law firms or what's going on and all this stuff. It's like, look, that was a bad moment. That doesn't mean, look, I understand the passion of that moment. Right. Yeah. But my God, the whole point of the Constitution is to protect minority rights, not majority rights. Yeah. The whole damn thing was written to protect minority rights. And so, you may not like that speech, but speech is speech. And the decision to deplatform bit mainstream media in the ass. Why? Okay, Donald Trump started his own information ecosystem. How do you like them apples now? Right. And then, I sit here, it's like traditional media, what's happened? Yeah. You did try to deplatform him. Yeah. It was a mistake.
Chuck Todd has spent now the better part of several weeks trying to act like this entire media machine that was after Donald Trump, that he wasn't part of it. What Nazi camps? I don't know about any of this sort of stuff. I didn't partake in any of this. His one last week was, I was trying to send messages to the American people. Look at the smaller staircase. Joe Biden, we were trying to tell the people that Joe Biden had problems.
It's such sad revisionist history, and it reminds me of what Jerry brought up earlier about this is WrestleMania of don't believe your lying eyes. We're like, Chuck Todd, we all saw it. We all heard you.
For 4 or 5 years, we all heard you.
This was not a one-off thing. This was a large period of time. And now Chuck Todd is like, oh, that wasn't me. Don't know who it was, but it wasn't me.
I was just following order. Now, I wasn't part of it. I didn't have anything to do with it. I didn't do any of this stuff. It's the same concept with these people. It's the same thing when they've been caught red-handed and they're worried. Now, are they worried that they're going to be executed on the gallows? No, of course not. That's not what they're worried about. But what he's worried about is his future, being able to make money as a media personality who spent the better part of 4 years lying to the American public. I mean, that's what he did. He sat every single night and every single Sunday on the Sunday show, lying to the American public. Not as bad as what we're getting with Joe Scarborough and Morning Joe. If you think that Joe Biden has somehow got a problem, this is the best Joe Biden ever, and you don't believe it, F you. Okay, that was the end of Joe. All right, the show is now done. They don't have any viewers. Chuck Todd is trying to hold on. And he's trying to pretend like he didn't have anything to do with what was happening.
Yeah, trying to hold on for dear life. He reminds me of all the people who were saying, Biden's sharp as a tack behind closed doors. He's an absolutely brilliant man. Oh, now he's out of office. Cool. Buy my book about his mental decline.
Thank you. Now I'm going to tell you the truth. And you don't understand. I wanted to tell you the truth this entire time, but I was so worried about what would happen to me.
I remember about a week ago we had some audio. I don't know if it was Chuck Todd or not, but they were like, we were subtly letting the people
That was
know.
Chuck Todd.
That was Chuck Todd?
That was Chuck Todd trying to tell you we were trying to let the people know, but we also didn't want to come across like we were helping Donald Trump. As he brings up free speech and the Constitution, the very basic idea of free speech and freedom of the press is that you can inform the public with truth and information to make them better voters and voters with more information. They made it a point. He made it his business to give you as little information about what was happening with Joe Biden as possible.
Yes, and it was, again, don't believe your lying eyes. He's saying, we were trying to let the public know. You know who was letting everybody know was Joe Biden. We could all see it. It was very sad. I mean, did you see the Biden's Easter photo from yesterday?
Yeah.
He looks photoshopped in. I don't know if he was, but it's like, how'd you pick that picture?
I know they circled where the hand placement was and kind of did the whole again, Joe got out in public last week, so I know that it ain't great, but I know he's not dead. I was concerned, how bad is he that he has not been seen in public since Inauguration Day?
Yeah.
That was my concern.
Part of that is a good thing of let the new president be the new president. Part of that is good, but for someone with so many questions around his health and well-being to just disappear like that is a little
This does look photoshopped. I hadn't seen this picture yet.
It looks like they just dropped him into a crowd of family members.
In the back, they're just like, let's just drop it. Now,
because the rest of the family is wearing, Easter clothes.
And what is he wearing?
He is in the same suit and tie as if he was still in the Oval Office.
That you're typically used to seeing Joe wear. The slender blue, his typical presidential attire. He is in that for Easter. Now, again, could it be photoshopped? All right, maybe. We'll see. I mean, we can always ask Grok or anybody else. Yeah, AI, does this look photoshopped? But it is a weird scenario in that when even he's in public, even last week, he was once again volume control and all the other issues that were happening for him.
Yep.
At his age. It's just it's just what it is at this point. 7 o'clock hour is brought to you by Van Sant Law Group. All right, I was going to see about getting in this Rogan audio. I'm going to hold it off. We're going to be able to get to it in the next segment. And we've also got that and some more fun Jasmine Crockett audio with my solemn hope is that she never goes anywhere. Similar to you, Angela. I hope that you never leave the Atlanta market. We can always call it Angela. I always want to be able to say, I present to you Jasmine Crockett.
She is the gift that keeps on giving.
She certainly is. We'll get to that and a little bit of Joe Rogan audio when we get back. This is the Morning Extra on Extra 106.3 FM.
The latest sports news, powered by 680 The Fan, and driven to extra listeners by RBM of Atlanta in Sandy Springs, Atlanta's Mercedes-Benz connection since 1964.
Good morning. Here are your sports headlines for Monday, April 21st. The Atlanta Braves swept the Minnesota Twins out of Atlanta over the weekend. Next up, a visit from the St. Louis Cardinals to open up a 3-game series starting tonight. It'll be Spencer Schwellenbach on the mound for the Braves tonight. He'll be opposed by Eric Fetty. First pitch is set for 7:15. You can hear that game on our sister station's brand new app, 680 The Fan. The Georgia Bulldogs, they've been busy in the transfer portal as they land a trio of transfers, including Army linebacker Elo Madozi, who was ranked 8th in ESPN's transfer rankings. And the Italian League of Soccer has announced that they will postpone their matchups for today and for the next several days in the wake of the death of Pope Francis. He was 88 years old. With your sports headlines, I'm Carlos Medina.
Hey, Dad, can I ask you something?
Sure.
How do you know when you're in love?
Well, can't stop thinking about him. Your heart races sometimes, and you just want to be with him every moment of the day.
Dad, I think I'm in love then.
Got a picture?
Yeah.
Oh, yep. I remember my first Subaru, too.
There are so many reasons to love a new Subaru from Subaru of Gwinnett, like standard symmetrical all-wheel drive on most models, top-rated gas mileage, and technology and safety that will give you the warm and fuzzies. Like the 2024 Subaru Crosstrek with 182 horsepower and up to 120 cubic feet of interior space. Or the 2024 Subaru Outback, built to take you off the beaten path with up to 9.5 inches of ground clearance. Add in their amazing staff and incredible service department, and you'll understand why love is what makes a Subaru a Subaru. But the only way to know it's the one is to come in for a test drive. Subaru of Gwinnett, Satellite Boulevard in Duluth, or start shopping online at SubaruofGwinnett.com.
Neil Borch here. Maybe you've already taken the steps to improve your health, maybe save your life. You're using a CPAP for your sleep apnea. I've been using one for well over 20 years. So right now I'm here to tell you about a source for CPAPs and CPAP supplies here in the Atlanta area. CPAPs, etc. They're in Alpharetta. They have whatever you need. Roddy and Sharon are your CPAP experts, and they'll ship nationwide. More information, CPAPs.com.
Spring is here, and it's time to transform your outdoor living space into a beautiful oasis. At Stovall & Company Wholesale Landscape Supply, we have what you need to make your landscape dreams a reality.
Stovall has been supplying the landscape industry for more than 75 years.
So check us out at StovallInc.com.
Stovall has it all.
Advisory services offered through Master Plan Retirement Consultants, Inc., a registered investment advisory in the state of Georgia. Insurance, tax, and commodity services offered through Fricks & Associates, Inc., DBA Master Plan Retirement Consultants. The aforementioned are affiliated companies.
Retirement means different things to different people. Some folks want to travel the world. Some folks want to spend more time with grandkids. For me, I'm looking forward to spending more time with my guitar. Whether extravagant and robust or simple and cozy, every retirement needs a plan. You wouldn't take a trip without directions. You have to know where you are before you know where you're going. Master Plan Retirement Consultants have helped many like you plan for their own retirement. Not only does Master Plan help you create the roadmap, they join you on the journey. So whether you want to travel the world, become a pickleball champ, or just looking for a good porch, a sturdy rocking chair, and an acoustic guitar, remember to plan well because the destination is worth it. Visit masterplanretire.com to schedule your complimentary consultation today.
The Braves Kids Club program is back this season with new and improved benefits, including 2 new membership options. Kids Club members enjoy all the perks of monthly Kids Club days at Truist Park and receive discounted tickets and invites to special events. Plus, your kids will love the new Kids Club kit, featuring an exclusive t-shirt, hat, and beaded necklace like the players wear. It's the best way to rep the Braves in your town. Visit braves.com/kids to sign up for the Kids Club today. Atlanta Braves Baseball. We are Braves country.
Steel walk behind, zero turn, and stand on mowers are built to get the job done. Shop online or at your local Steel dealer. Steel, let's go mow.
Don't get suckered into the same old free phone game by Big Wireless. That comes with a lot of fine print, like requiring you to sign up for 4 lines, plus activation fees, plus. At the end of the day, you've paid for that free phone 3 times over. Pure Talk has a much better offer. Get a free brand new Samsung Galaxy A26 with a qualifying plan of just $35 a month. This phone is virtually indestructible with Gorilla Glass. Capture beautiful wide-angle photos with next-generation camera lenses. All you need to do is switch to Pure Talk. For just $35 a month, you get unlimited talk, text, and 15 gigs of data with mobile hotspot, all on America's most dependable 5G network. Just dial pound 250 and say keyword Pure Talk, and Pure Talk's U.S. customer service team will help you switch in as little as 10 minutes. Dial pound 250 and say keyword Pure Talk for your free Samsung Galaxy with qualifying plan when you switch to Pure Talk. Wireless by Americans, for Americans.
Finally, a president that will fight for American values.
The American dream is surging bigger and better than ever before.
And finally, an Atlanta news station that covers it the right way. Extra 106.3 isn't about traffic and weather. We care about the stories that matter most to you, your family, and your community. Get traffic and weather on your phone and get Atlanta's only conservative conversation right here on Extra 106.3 FM and the Extra app.
Welcome back. It is the Morning Extra, Tug and Los, but no Tug today. He'll be back tomorrow. He's finishing up a little bit of time, getting a chance to watch his son play ball in South Carolina. Angela Morabito, total media professional, just a woman who's going to run this whole thing at some point.
Oh.
In fact, I'm not sure how much longer that we're going to be able to kind of do our thing on the morning show, because then we'll be calling on Angela, and Angela will be like, listen, I got some other stuff I got to do. I'm not going to be able to be available to you.
No, I
but
love
boys,
being
if you
here.
want me to call in, like I can do like 5 minutes, that's kind of how it's going to be. But that's fine.
No, I love being here.
That's the way it's supposed to work. I think that the coolest part about, having you worked in the previous Trump administration and working in the Department of Education, obviously having that background to talk about what's going on. But I love that now that you are not attached to the government in that way, first off, your ex feed is so much more fun now.
Gloves off.
Man, Angela will just light it up. Like, I'll read something and go like, oh man, she's little, but she's mean. but like in a fun way.
Thank you. I try not to be too mean, but with what the left is up to these days, you got to hit back twice as hard.
I have spent, I think it was over the weekend, and admittedly, we had just gone 3-0 at our volleyball tournament. And so, like, whenever you go 3-0 on the day, like, the parents get together, we go find the bar, and now we have a few drinks. And I just started into the whole, like, did y'all know that I'm a gang member? But I haven't committed any crime. And so I'm playing this game of what they've been doing on their side. I'm like, I'm a gang member, but I haven't committed any crimes. And their first thing, of course, is like, oh, maybe we should send you to El Salvador. I'm like, well, but I'm a citizen of this country, and I haven't committed any crimes. Well, what do you think we should do about the Aryan Brotherhood? Well, it's ugly, nasty people. But they're also American citizens, so we're not going to be sending them to El Salvador. What is so hard to understand about people that commit crimes that are not supposed to be here legally?
Yeah.
And that's a discussion point all the time.
It is. I think everybody's kind of forgotten, sadly, what it means to be an American citizen.
Because they don't value it.
At
ever.
all. So they don't understand their due process rights.
No.
And they don't understand that when someone is a guest in this country, An invited guest has different rules from a not invited guest. If you're a not invited guest, you can't be here.
Thank you. If I was to show up to your place and I started rubbing my feet on your couch, your husband should punch me in the face. Now, if I'm an invited guest and I start doing it, he should be like, man, he's really got some problems. Let's take care of him on his way out.
What's happening there?
Different scenario.
It is. That's right.
Different scenario. Invited guest, uninvited guest, and how it goes. Let me play this audio from Joe Rogan because he ends up having the podcast over the weekend. I'm trying to remember. It was Tim. Let me have to take a quick peek at
Tim Dillon.
Tim Dillon was on, and Tim Dillon, just fun dude. Their political conversations always have this little bit of snark to them because that's who Tim Dillon is. Tim Dillon looks at things and goes like, oh my God, I can't believe we're trying to pull this stuff off. That's what happens when comedians get involved in this stuff. But they got into what got out Friday, which was taking COVID.gov and the White House overhauling it to tell you, here's all the real information about this stuff. Take a listen to Joe Rogan talking about COVID being man-made.
Yeah, there was just something that got released today that showed that COVID-19 definitively came from that lab.
1,000%.
100% proof it came from that lab.
I read it, a little bit of it on the way here.
Yeah, it's nuts. These people, they just got roped into this.
And it was a completely man-made
100%
disease.
100%. And they knew that from the moment it happened.
Leaked.
The moment it happened. They just lied. And Fauci is just out there walking around.
So we'll start right here with this. So in early, we're talking May, June of 2020, Angela, I started listening to a couple of these different biologists. These were not doctors that are sitting, I'm treating over this in the hospital. I'm dealing with this in the ER. These were biologists, in this case, evolutionary biologists. And they said the same exact thing. These were not people working together. There's two different. They said they had taken a look at what COVID-19 was under the microscope. And they both said the cleavage site looks engineered. That is the binding agent to what would be animals or people. And as they put it, this has never been seen in nature before. It looks like it's been man-made. And that was the moment when I start running with the, lab leak, and here's how it worked. And so to then have the other side turn this into this political football where they spent 4 years saying, no, that's racist to say that. You can't, everything's racist, and they want you to shut up. Yep. But you have to know, it emerged from nature. Okay, so the experts, the people that I'm not supposed to listen to are the, you think you know better as a sports radio guy? I'm like, no, I'm listening to evolutionary biologists who say the cleavage site is like anything we've never seen before. Yes. In 100 years of biology, they're like, never seen anything like this.
Yeah, and then the left has the nerve to come out and say, trust the science. And you're like, I'm trying.
I'm
trusting what science says.
I'm listening to non-state sponsored scientists.
Right. You're like, I'm believing what these scientists tell me, which is this hasn't been seen in nature. The Wuhan Institute of Virology is right there. It's not a far leap to say, maybe not a wet market, but that was the lie we were sold over and over again.
I still love the line that we had. It was ended up being on the Colbert Show, and it ends up being pointed out, if chocolatey goodness erupted in Hershey, Pennsylvania, wouldn't you think we might be like, maybe it was a chocolate factory? It's, look, a novel virus emerged from Wuhan, China. What's down the road? Oh, the Institute of Biology. So weird. It's to think that it took until Friday, and I'll tell you, I started getting the text messages from everyone that were claiming victory. It's not a victory. It isn't. I mean, I felt a little validated. At the same time, I felt frustrated that it took a new administration and 5 years before we said, we haven't even gotten to the point yet. And it got in a little bit in it. How many times did you hear the name Peter Daszak on this radio station?
All the time.
Eco Health Alliance. We were telling you how all this was funded, how all of this occurred. This wasn't conspiratorial. This was in the interest of, and I said, here's the value. The reason why you create biological agents like this, it's not to treat them. That's the guise of it. It's so we have better weapons against our enemies.
Yes.
Can you imagine dropping a biological weapon against our enemies? Let's say the Chinese. Let's say the Chinese suddenly got aggressive, and you dropped a biological agent that only attacks people with their DNA and their DNA sequence. Imagine
it's
an engineered
absolutely lethal.
It is the nuclear bomb of the future without destroying everything or making parts of the world uninhabitable for 10,000 years.
No boots on the ground.
No boots on the ground.
No bombs.
Mm-hmm.
No rubble.
That's why it's valuable. That's why it's being done. That is gain of function research.
Yes.
And it got messed up.
Big time. And there was documentation that this Wuhan lab wasn't following proper safety procedures.
No.
I mean, that sounds so obvious now. They poisoned the world, of course. It's like, duh. But this probably wasn't the first time they had a safety problem because they were known to not be following those standards.
Now, let's take the next step forward with this in a very similar way that Joe Rogan didn't do it, but I will. There is still the idea of, because the Chinese claimed it was us. The Chinese were claiming like, hey, they're the ones that released this thing. It's the Americans' fault. Now, if you were doing that, you're only doing it because you consider Donald Trump and the populist movement to be a danger to globalism, and that's why you would do it. The other end of the spectrum is, if it was intentional, it's because China was looking at what was going on around the world and said, these markets are on fire. We're going to be in trouble. We've got to artificially slow down what's going on in the West. And how do you do that? With a pandemic.
Yep.
And so just because I think we've all been able to say lab leak and say, oh, it was an accident. We'll see. This will be for down the road.
That's been the whole story of COVID is we'll see. Does the shot work? We'll see. Do the masks work? We'll see. Was it from a lab? We'll see. And all of those questions are incredibly uncomfortable for so many people to learn the answer. But here's one more question that I have about this is now we know what happened, or at least know more about what happened.
Or at least the White House is admitting to, here's what we know, here's what we're saying happened.
Yes. And then the second part is, well, what are we going to do about it?
And that is the frustrating part. And I'm glad that COVID.gov ended up also including, oh, and by the way, here is Anthony Fauci's pardon that goes all the way back to 2014, which just so happens to be the year when Barack Obama made the point, you're no longer doing this in the United States.
Funny coincidence, isn't it?
Kicked over to somewhere else. All right, when we get back, 2 men enter, 1 man leaves. That's the Morning Extra. Extra 106.3.
Time for the Bortz Report, exclusively on Atlanta's only conservative news and talk station, Extra 106.3.
Okay, everybody, some Bortz bits. Just little tidbits I've collected over the last couple of days. Bill Clinton had 12.3 million deportations. George Bush, 10 million. Barack Obama, 5 million. Never an injunction filed. Donald Trump, 100,000 deportations, 30 injunctions. The Minneapolis Healthcare Network has determined and is mandating in videos for their employees that only black employees will ever be allowed to use the N-word. Anybody else, for any reason, you're fired. All of those demonstrations over the last couple of days against Donald Trump's policies, maybe it would be helpful, though the media won't report it, if you knew that most of those demonstrations were organized by socialist and communist organizations. One of those, the Party for Socialism and Liberation, is saying that if we had a 90% wealth tax, in other words, take away 90% of the wealth that millionaires and billionaires have, we could fund universal health care and all of these wonderful goodies. The Transformers are on a outrage bender in the United Kingdom, that's England, because the UK Supreme Court has ruled that a woman is somebody who was born biologically female, and that does not include Transformers. The CEO of 2 imported Mexican beers, Modelo and Corona, complaining because Hispanic customers are hiding in their homes to avoid deportation and not coming out and buying enough beer. A federal district court judge out of San Francisco has ordered that Jesus Christ should be apprehended and sent right back to that tomb. Oh, I'll end up paying for that one. Time for me to leave. Neil Bortz, Extra 106.3.
This is Atlanta's new home for Fox News, Extra 106.3 FM.
You need a pre-owned car or truck, but you don't need the headache of searching for one. Spending hours calling dealerships, then spending half the day filling out paperwork.
Come on.
You need the Honest Car Guy.
Hey, this is Tom from the Honest Car Guy. We help you buy your next pre-owned car or truck honestly. We guarantee each vehicle we sell will come with a copy of the bill of sale, showing what we paid for it. You pay what we pay, plus a disclosed fee. Guaranteed.
Get an Honest Car Buy from the Honest Car Guy. Call 844-SHOW-ME-1. That's 844-SHOW-ME-1, or visit honestcarguy.com.
It's April 21st, and this is your Fox Daily Snapshot. Today is National Kindergarten Day, the birthday of German educator Friedrich Froebel. Kindergarten is actually German for children's garden. He started the first Play and Activity Institute in 1837. Also on this day, the first confirmation of exoplanets happened in 1992. A Polish astronomer announced he found 2 planets. Exoplanets are those found outside of our solar system. We head to the Scottish Highlands in 1934. The Daily Mail published the surgeon's photo, that famous picture of the Loch Ness Monster, Nessie, as she's also known. Of course, it would turn out to be a hoax, a toy submarine with a neck. Prince died in 2016, or the artist formerly known as Prince. He did it all. Singer, songwriter, producer, actor, and let's not forget, he could play 27 instruments. I'm CJ Papa. That's your Fox Daily Snapshot.
WFOM and W292EV Marietta, a Dickey broadcasting station. The 8 a.m. hour is brought to you by Central Heating and Air.
This is a Fox News alert. People are gathering at the Vatican, paying respects to Pope Francis. I'm Dave Anthony. It's just 4 hours after we learned the Pope died this morning at the age of 88.
He was such an eloquent preacher of divine mercy, but we also offer gratitude to God for the gift that he was.
That's Cardinal Timothy Dolan a few minutes ago at St. Patrick's Cathedral in New York City.
He was the first pope from the Americas. He was a symbol of humility and compassion for the poor and downtrodden. Now he is gone. Here's part of a brief message from the Vatican. Dearest brothers and sisters, with deep sorrow, I must announce the death of our Holy Father Francis. At 7:35 this morning, the Bishop of Rome, Francis, returned to the house of the Father. His entire life was dedicated to the service of the Lord and his church. He taught us to live the values of the gospel with fidelity, courage, and universal love, especially in favor of the poorest and most marginalized.
As Fox's Greg Palcott, Pope Francis led the Catholic Church since replacing Benedict in 2013.
I was shocked when I got the phone call this morning saying he had passed away.
That's because Father Gerald Murray, a priest at St. Joseph's in New York, tells Fox the Pope was so active celebrating Easter just yesterday in Rome.
I saw him and I was saying, my goodness, he's really recovered a lot of strength and energy. He got in the Pope-mobile and they travel around St. Peter's Square. They brought babies up to him to touch and to kiss. And I said, my goodness, he's putting a strain on himself, but he looks pretty good.
That was after the Pope spent 5 weeks hospitalized in February into March, suffering from double pneumonia. World leaders are paying tribute. The White House posted on X this morning, rest in peace, putting up a picture of the Pope with Vice President Vance. The two briefly met yesterday. Vance, in a statement on X, wrote, "My heart goes out to millions of Christians all over the world who loved him." America's listening to Fox News.
Seems everything costs more these days. Gas, groceries, and when's the last time you checked your wireless bill? When it comes to Big Wireless, if you're staying, you may be overpaying. Switch to Consumer Cellular and get your second month free for a limited time. You'll get the same fast, reliable nationwide coverage without the big wireless bill. Plans start at just $20 a month. Here's Veronica and Jackie, real customers.
I didn't know that I could get something for a lot less money that was actually better than who I was with before.
Anytime anybody complains about their cell phone bill, we say, you've got to check out Consumer Cellular.
And now for a limited time, new customers can get their second month free when they use promo code SECONDFREE. Just call, click, or bring us your bill and see how much you can save. Because when it comes to Big Wireless, if you're staying, you may be overpaying. Call 1-888-FREEDOM, visit a store near you, or consumercellular.com and use code SECONDFREE to get a free second month. Real people paid to share their opinions in this ad. Plans include $5 credit for auto pay and e-billing. Taxes, fees, and other third-party charges will apply. See website for additional details.
Want weather? Grab your phone. Need traffic? Grab your phone. Conservative news and talk, also on your phone. Get the Extra 106.3 app.
Welcome back. It is the Morning Extra right here on Extra 106.3. Typically Tug and Los, but no Tug today. Just like there was no me on Thursday, Friday. But I'm back. Hey, it's your friend Los. Tug is going to be out. He's still in South Carolina with his son playing baseball. He'll be back on the show tomorrow, so one extra day. And in his place is Angela Morabito, who is just, first off, her and I are having like discussions of Prince and Super Bowl shows and all sorts of fun discussions. But what I will say, and we started off the show with this, Angela jinxed everything. Because I sent all my stuff over yesterday afternoon, so I was getting on a plane back from D.C. Angela sends me stuff about 10 o'clock last night. Here's some extra things I want to hit. We're like, all right, this is what we'll get into. We get up this morning, and what happened with your phone at 4:30 this morning, the same as mine?
Yep, got the announcement that Pope Francis has passed away at the age of 88.
That is one of those, because I pretty much have my phone set up to where you better be telling me that like there's an inbound missile.
Yeah.
Or something wild has happened. Like, mine does not beat for Braves scores, all right? Like, and again, I love watching Braves baseball. It's a big part of my evening. I don't care about scores. I care about big news, so I don't miss anything for the show. And so that was my thing, too. Get in the morning, I'm like, oh, okay, we have a pope that passed away overnight. Yeah, I mean, and granted, he had been hospitalized for the better part of a month. This was not a surprise that he was in failing health. It's just when you lose one because of how big of a deal it is, it reverberates throughout the whole world.
It's massive news, and this starts, of course, the speculation of who the next pope will be. I went to a Catholic college that also happened to be a basketball school, so last time this all happened...
Well, don't downplay Georgetown, by the way.
Well, people made
pretty
brackets.
Impressive.
People made
brackets of who would be
the next pope. There were pope brackets. I mean, a little bit like sacrilegious, but also super funny. And I have to believe that, as we remember Pope Francis, he was remembered for having this wonderful sense of humor. I have to hope he would have thought it was kind of cool.
We got a chance to see Pope John Paul II when he was touring the United States, and he came through San Antonio, Texas, and he came through the downtown area. And obviously San Antonio, very, very Catholic city. It was very Catholic. To see that man in because I didn't know what the Pope Mobile was. Oh. And then to see the encasement that he's in, that's bulletproof, just in case somebody tries to take a shot at the Pope. In fact, the embarrassment that we did have in San Antonio, he was set up. He was going to do he was going to give a blessing, and it was going to be at this event center, but it was outside. And we had like these strong tornadic winds that came through. And it blew apart most of the stage before he ever got there.
Oh no! And
so that was kind of the my God. Like, how often do you get the Pope in your country, in your
Not
town?
That often.
And that's what happened to us in San Antonio. It was a little bit embarrassing. Still went on stage. Still when he gave a blessing to everyone. But interesting. Obviously, just coming off of Easter weekend, that then you have somebody who's so iconic that passed away. Although I'll say this too. His politics was definitely more progressive than we've seen of more recent popes.
That's right, and he was more political, I think,
than more
recent popes. But my favorite part of any time there's news about Pope Francis or any other pope is every once in a while you see them do like normal guy things. And watching Pope Francis interact with kids was always amazing. He was so great with children, and one of my favorite clips of Pope, I think he's Pope St. Paul, John Paul II at this point. I'm not sure. But there's video of him somewhere in a batting cage, and he's wearing the robes. He's in all the gear.
He's in the gear.
And he's hitting dingers and answering interview questions. It is one of the coolest things. So I know we're about to see huge amounts of pomp and circumstance, but I will always have a soft spot for watching a pope do normal people things.
All right, so there's our pope talk. We'll be able to get into a little bit more as this goes on. You do have sports leagues so far in Italy who've decided that they're going to shut things down for the next 24, 48 hours. And so you'll see this reverberate, throughout so much of the world and so much of that area. With the Vatican now, we'll have to select a new pope after we get this all squared away. I wanted to bring up this story, and this is about 2 men enter, 1 man leave. This is like Thunderdome of politics, and it's between James Carville and David Hogg. Now, James Carville, the Raging Cajun, I mean, he was the guy. He was the energy, the political strategy behind Bill Clinton in the 90s. You couldn't have Bill Clinton without James Carville behind him, basically kind of pumping him up and talking to him about what he was doing. As much as you can point at like a George Stephanopoulos, James Carville was the no-nonsense dude who was like, as he's known, it's the economy, stupid. That's just what he's known as. He's very, very direct. David Hogg is a man who has built a political career off the backs of dead kids. All right? That's what he has done. And at no point has he been penalized. In fact, what is he now, the vice president of the DNC?
He's a vice chair. That's
vice chair.
right. So he is setting direction for the DNC, and I love that journey for them.
So because this young person, this young man, as of just 5 years ago, made the point that the reason why he's not more involved in politics is because he's basically a firebrand, that if he touches it, it's not going to work.
Yeah.
He put this out on X. If I get involved, it doesn't work. Okay.
He has this reverse Midas touch.
Yes, he does. Why does everything turn to poo? So strange. Such a strange thing. I want you to take a listen, as this is going to be James Carville, and this is when he referred to Hogg as a particular name. And Hogg decided to go back at him, and this is the civil war that is going on in the Democrat Party right now. You have the older people, the older guard, that while maybe because they're taught by the legacy media, they're a little bit out there, but they're the ones saying we have to become more centered, more likable. The other end is saying we got to get more communist. Take a listen.
He's being paid to run against other Democrats. I think it's an outrage. I don't know if I have standing, but I might give the DNC $10 and sue him. He's a contemptible little twerp, if you ask me.
The well-known Democratic strategist James Carville said in response to this announcement of this plan that you have to primary Democrats, he said that the DNC should sue you and called you, quote, a contemptible little twerp. What is your reaction to that?
Try it. That is my reaction. I would also say James Carville has not won an election since before I was born. I think it's time to have new leaders in our party that are ready to meet this moment, because a lot of the people that are most critical of this plan are the same ones that had $2 billion to win an election and still lost. So I think the experts can save it, because it's time for some new ideas.
All right, that is each side who, if I put my Democrat hat on, they both have merit. Why are we listening to this twerp? He's leading us down this path that will not help us. We need to center the message. And then you have twerp saying, he gave you $2 billion you couldn't win.
Yeah. I mean, I think David Hogg is right, which I hate. I
feel a little gross being like, that part is probably correct.
But he's right that nothing they're doing and all the money they're spending is not working. But then I look at David Hogg and I'm like, what does this guy want? I feel terrible for what he's been through, but his whole life is about being in proximity to tragedy. He got into Harvard with like an 1100 SAT score.
Thank you. Okay, that's a quick point I want to make about that, because I talked about that last week, and I think that's important. When you are a typical white male and you attempt to go to Harvard, I know one person that got in from my high school. He had a 1600 perfect score, and so that was the standard at Harvard. It has now since changed where you have to have either some sort of minority angle or you better be an activist. And they were willing to take an 1100 score activist.
Which means that some other deserving kid missed out on their chance at Harvard. And I hate that. It's not about merit. I mean, Harvard has proven time and again that their admissions are not about merit. They have gone to court to try and ensure that their admissions can remain not about merit. And they lost, thankfully. But, I mean, maybe that's the DNC's bigger problem, is that nothing they do is merit-based. You've got two people who aren't winning talking to each other about who is the better of the two who keep losing.
I love that, because that's what it really comes down to. You have both of them talking about there needs to be change in order to win, yet their changes are so diabolically different from one another. It's like, we need to be more communist. We need to fight them. The other side's like, hey, we need to come across, what would you say from the consultant class? You ought to be more likable. You ought to be more relatable.
Just be a little bit normal. Because if you're a normal person watching James Carville fight David Hogg, like, who do you pick? Who do you relate to? I don't think you relate to either one. At least I know I don't.
I know I don't. But I am looking at this and saying and again, I'm greedy. I'm like, which one does more damage to your party moving forward? And I'm not sure that either one of them has the absolute right answer. I know that being more normal, their version of normal was, all right, how do we get people like Los and people like Tug and Jerry to consider us? Let's get the most feminine governor we can find. And we'll call him Coach. And he'll be a military guy, and he can't handle firearms. And whenever he gets up on stage, he starts waving like he might not be into women. But with that all being said, that was their version of normal. I think that the Democrat Party's version of normal has to change.
Yes.
And in David Hogg, I think that when he starts looking at it like, we need more fighters. We need more people that are getting angry about this stuff. Okay, but what's your message behind it? Because that's the problem you have there.
They have zero positive message. I mean, you have Trump coming in and he gets mocked for it, but saying this new golden age. A new golden age sounds amazing. Make America great again sounds amazing. You've got this rising generation of young voters. I don't know if they can think of a time that America was great, but they're like, man, that sure sounds awesome. I want some of that.
See, we have from the polling, the Democrats are not supposed to have me. All right? They're not. In fact, some of the newest polling even had what was happening with Hispanic males. They crushed it for Donald Trump. It wasn't even close. Like, it was freaky how crazy the numbers were for him. They're supposed to have Angela.
Yes.
College-educated, white, young females. That's the group they're supposed to have. And so I want you to take a listen to this Jasmine Crockett audio as she's up in front of a crowd and she's letting you know about how you shouldn't test her. But what I want you to think of is, as a man, if this is the message they're giving you, tell me if this is not nails on a chalkboard.
I want y'all to know that every day that I walk in those halls, regardless of whatever rhetoric they put out about me, I am a very serious lawmaker. At the same time, if you try me, you will find out. I just want to be clear about that, because I am truly a black woman at the same time.
This is all just a different packaging of the same stuff that doesn't work. The whole whiny lady telling the men that you're the problem, and that in this case she's just saying, well, I'm a black woman. You better not try me. All right, I heard the same things from all the other white women that were running this stuff. I heard the same thing from Kamala Harris. Yeah. This is not a message that resonates for men. In fact, if you're trying to land men, let's start by not making men to be the problem. Hey, men, y'all are part of the solution moving forward, and we're here for it. The fact that they can never even get to that point, they're not going to be able to win them.
Yeah, it's all identity politics, and they've chosen to lean into every identity that they can claim is marginalized. Well, what if you don't define yourself by your race and sex? What if you just want to be a person in America? The Democrats have no way of speaking to you. It's a loss, I think, for our public conversation in a big way. But I also think that, this is going to sound so terrible. Gosh. But every time there was a new, Me Too moment of some, big name Democrat or some big name person in the media who leaned left, I would kind of go, no wonder the left hates men. Their men are terrible.
I would say, okay, so I don't know if you saw this from last week, and I don't know how much y'all talked about it. So our friend down the hall, who works at Braves Radio Network and now works over with FanDuel Sports Network, Wiley Ballard is the sideline reporter for the Braves. As you smile, you're like, Wiley, yes, yes. One of the nicest dudes around. And they had the moment where they're like, Wiley, it's an 8-0 ball game. Like, Wiley, go get some phone numbers. And so he ends up talking to a couple of ladies that are his age, and they're having fun. And he hands the phone over and gets the phone numbers. And it wasn't so much the women reporters that bothered me, because they're going to say, well, I can't do that during, well, yeah, you can, but it doesn't work the same way.
Right.
Because you can get numbers no matter what. It's different when a dude is trying to get a number. The part that bothered me was the amount of emasculated, weenie, pretending to be feminine men that were like, that is dangerous and you shouldn't be allowed to do it. And I find that to be gross and grotesque. I'm like, I know the only way you get laid is to pretend that you're a feminist. Okay? That's the only way that has ever happened for you. And I know this because oftentimes I've seen sports reporters when they're out there, especially people that cover the media beat. You want to talk about the people that look like they're beaten down by life like you can't even believe? That's who looks like that.
Okay.
And so that part, was like, those are the men you're trying to win? Okay,
Well,
you can have those men.
That's another one of the young Democratic stars. What is it, Harry Sisson?
Harry Sisson?
Yes.
Yeah.
He just got exposed with that.
Yes. Oh, look, he's there to fight for women, yet he's all of... Now, I don't have a problem with you being in the DMs. You're a single dude, you're a young guy, and you're trying to go ahead and get some pics of some girls naked. But don't pretend that you're some holier-than-thou, big feminist dude who ain't about that stuff.
Yeah.
That's all I'm saying. Like, had I grown up in the history of, like, phones, DMs, all that stuff, I would have guaranteed you in my 20s there'd be a long running, like, did you see what he asked me for? Yes. But I wasn't also pretending to be, look, I would never do that. I'm like, Harry Sisson, I have no problem with that. Go get it, brother. At the same time, then don't try and pretend like you think that is gross and you would never consider it. That's what those dudes were doing. And that's that whole feminism angle that when they're trying to push the Democrats that men are the problem, I'm going to say they ain't going anywhere.
Right. Men are not the problem, and men being men and women being women has never been a problem. And this is not boys will be boys. This is like a man can ask for a woman's phone number, and it's normal and fine and honestly really wholesome to watch.
In fact, I would tell my daughters this if there ever was a problem with it. It's like, how do you think you got here?
Yeah.
You know, it started with hey, can I give you a call sometime? Sometimes that's... aren't we trying to perpetuate the species, people?
Yeah. You know, and you see now, especially with young people who were so terrified of like any interaction because the woke left locked them inside for 2 years?
For 2 years.
Because of COVID.
Yeah.
So people have no idea how to interact. There was a quote unquote sting operation at a college. I believe it was in Wisconsin, though I may be wrong about that, where these students were like, oh, we're going to catch this guy who was there to go on a date with someone who was of legal age, and she was just 4 years younger than him. Well, I'm 4 years younger than my husband. That's not a scandal. That's completely normal.
So 23-year-old guy shows up to pick up 19-year-old girl, and they're
right.
We're going to get this dude.
Yes.
Okay, that's going a little crazy and too far.
Absolutely over the top. And then we turn around and wonder, why are men so terrified? And it's because women have taught them to be.
We've talked about this with Tug. His son has met a really great girl at college. And part of it is they're athletes, so it's very much a matter of she's about her faith, but she's also about competition. She does not subscribe to all the other craziness that goes along with it. And I hope that down the road, my daughters are the same way of it's a competition all the time. You don't get anything built in just because I said so because I'm a woman. I'm like, no, it doesn't work that way.
Yeah,
it never works that way. And that's essentially what Jasmine Crockett was telling you.
Right, that based on her race and sex.
Don't challenge me because you can't.
She should be listened to.
Exactly. Instead, give me some results.
Yeah, she called herself a very serious lawmaker. And I'm like, ma'am? What very serious laws have you made? Can anybody name an accomplishment?
The 8 o'clock hour is brought to you by Central Heating and Air. Get the service agreement. In fact, I have to update my service information. I'm going to be doing that today by calling Central Heating and Air now that we have a new home that we're living in. All right, when we get back, the Alien Enemies Act, and also what happens when a network has too much truth being spouted off? Well, they tend to cut away. We'll talk about those two things next. We continue the Morning Xtra right here on Xtra 106.3.
Morning Xtra from 6 to 10. Glenn Beck until noon. Clay and Buck from noon to 3. And the Kimmer Show on your ride home from 3 to 6. Plus Jesse Kelly from 6 to 9. And Jimmy Vela from 9 to midnight. The voices you need all day with the conservative voice of Atlanta. Xtra 106.3 FM and the Xtra app.
If you're the decision maker at your company, we have great news for you, for your HR department, and for your employees. A new and future-forward way to do health benefits is here from Thatch. Not only do your employees get better health benefits with Thatch, but you save an average of $1,620 per employee per year. That's right. You can save over $1,600 per employee per year. Plus, Thatch reduces the time your HR department spends administering benefits. Businesses all over the country love Thatch's breakthrough approach. Rather than a wasteful one-size-fits-all plan, Thatch empowers your employees by letting them customize their own benefits plans. And you save money and time while providing your employees with better health benefits, which works better for everyone. Book a demo with Thatch and we'll send you a $100 gift card. Visit thatch.ai/radio to book a demo for your gift card. That's THATCH.ai/radio. Thatch.ai/radio.
So, the doc says I have ED. ED. But you know what? At the end of the day, it's just an abbreviation for a condition so many men have. If I was to be honest, I probably also have a little OCD. I know I have a great HMO. Heck, I even have 3 weeks of PTO. Look, don't let a few letters get you down. If you have ED, there's HELP. Go see Dr. Deal at Total Body Therapy of Georgia. He's an ED specialist that will turn your life around PDQ. ED happens to a lot of men as we age. And just FYI, Dr. Deal can give you back the confidence you need to perform on the JOB. So, ready to take the first step? Quit yelling WTF at your little BFF and visit tbtofga.com. Total Body Therapy of Georgia. They can fix your ED ASAP. And before you know it, you'll be screaming OMG.
I'm getting in the game. The world won't be the same. I'm good to go.
Call 404-777-1911 or visit tbtofga.com.
Hey, this is Matt from East Cobb. One of the issues that we've had when we first moved in was our dog in our backyard. It was extremely shaded, could never grow grass back there. ATL Turf Co. provided a pet-friendly turf, so it holds up to dogs. My dog likes to have friends over, so when they run around, chase balls, they can skid on it, they can slide on it. Nothing ever happens to it. The transformation of my backyard just looks amazing. We've referred ATL Turf Co. to all of our friends and family. Check them out online at atlturfco.com.
Hey, it's a Kimmer. You know, a great smile can make you more successful as well as make you happy. Yes, it's true. And your smile's waiting for you at my dentist, Dr. Dina Giesler, my friend for 30 years and dentist forever. This woman at Atlanta Smiles, atlantasmiles.com, the dentist with a doggy. It's really true, whether it's just regular cleaning or bridges or crowns or are your teeth bothering a little bit, maybe a little ache or something, or your gums it's not going to get better on its own. Take it from me, I found that out the hard way. Taking care of your teeth and gums and everybody's happy. And by the way, you can relax with Dr. Dina. This is an individual, private VIP experience. The latest technology. She used AI to get my last thing done at my last visit. And don't forget the doggy. She's a little doggy to take a nap in your lap while you're getting your work done. And this staff, these ladies are angels, I promise you. You'll love going there. A veteran herself, Dr. Dina, 10% veterans discount off the top. Tell them when you call. 404-262-7733. Your smile's waiting. Get the doggy, atlantasmiles.com.
It's the NRA Annual Meetings and Exhibits at the World Congress Center, April 25th to 27th. 14 acres of guns and gear. A freedom-filled weekend with activities for the entire family. Tickets just $10. NRA members get in free. Visit nratickets.com.
The stories that matter to you. These are your Georgia headlines.
Here are your headlines for Monday, April 21st. Flags are flying at half-staff as a South Fulton police officer is laid to rest. Lieutenant Helio Garcia was killed when a vehicle hit him head-on early last week. Lieutenant Garcia is survived by his wife and 3 children. The Police Benevolent Foundation has stepped in to provide support for the family. A 14-year-old Pennsylvania girl reported missing in January has been found in Jasper. She was given medical treatment and returned to Pennsylvania. No arrests have been announced at this time. A man who opened fire on police at a Buc-ee's in Calhoun turned out to be wanted for murder in Tennessee. Police say Robert Smith fled and fired shots while they were attempting to put him in handcuffs. Police say Smith was found dead after a chase from a self-inflicted gunshot. And if your best friend is coughing, you aren't alone. Metro Atlanta veterinarians say dogs are being affected by a rise in a mystery illness. Signs to watch out for include a whooping cough and unusually low energy. Vets encourage dog owners to watch out for these symptoms and contact their vets if it continues. Today's weather: isolated thunderstorms today and warm temperatures in the mid-80s. We'll continue to see showers and storms throughout the week. With your headlines, I'm Jerry Payne.
It's Morning Xtra right here on Extra 106.3. Los and Tug. No Tug, though, so Angela Morabito is sitting in. Tug will be back tomorrow from his trip over to South Carolina. The 8 o'clock hour is brought to you by Central Heating and Air. Get a chance to jump into some of this audio in a couple of minutes, but Angela said something, and now she's called down the thunder. I told her that I really like seeing documentaries, and she's like, oh, well, you have to, give me a handful. I'm like, well, how many do we want? And so, during the break, I'm going to have to start kind of quizzing you into what you're into. so that like we can take you down like fun and interesting documentaries, feel good documentaries, feel sad documentaries, alien documentaries, conspiracy documentaries.
Alien documentaries. I've never seen an alien documentary.
Oh, Jerry.
Okay, so there's a lot to choose from, and Los is a connoisseur.
I love documentaries.
I'm in the presence of an expert. I'm so ready.
When it comes to, like, for instance, when I watched Cartel Land, now I don't suggest Cartel Land.
Okay.
Because it'll tell you about how hopeless it is for the Mexican people to fight against the cartels, and how no matter what, whenever they create a movement to get rid of like the cartel in their state, then all that happens is the cartel or another cartel infiltrates the movement.
Ooh.
And so they end up basically taking out the other cartel, and now the new cartel assumes the power.
Trade one cartel for the other.
You find out that the cartels were started by the Mexican special forces.
Yes.
And those guys know what they're doing.
They know what they're doing. They know the whole infiltration game, and it is one of those documentaries where you're feeling really good for like the first like hour and a half. You're like, yeah, they're doing great work. And then the last 45 minutes, oh, well, how sad is this? Like, there really is no fixing this, is there?
That's rough. I'm not good at sad movies on TV.
No.
I'm great at like feel good stories.
If you want searching for the Sugarman.
Okay.
I believe I've got to double check that.
Writing this down.
So that one is a documentary about a musician from the 1960s who had an album. Everyone thought this is going to be like the next Bob Dylan. Had an album, had a second album. They went nowhere. No sales. Record label dropped him.
Okay.
Turns out, though, his album ended up making its way over to, if I believe it was an area of South Africa. And it blew up. And he became the star. Now, here's the thing, though. He never knew about it. So it becomes this documentary of these people who have listened to his music for years that are like, I wonder whatever happened to that guy. And they're trying to find him.
And he has no idea he's famous.
He has no idea he's famous there.
What was he doing? Was he just like doing regular guy things?
I don't even want to tell you because but it's so good. It is if you want like a feel good documentary, there's your feel good documentary.
Okay.
It's so well done.
That's your starter. We'll be back on. That's your starter.
Yeah.
Ancient Egyptians.
We'll get
UFOs.
into classic video game play.
Okay.
Okay, maybe the best one ever. King of Kong, Fistful of Quarters. King of Kong, Fistful of Quarters. Yes. You can find it on YouTube. In fact, you and your husband should watch it tonight, and then you'll thank me.
We watched one of the... It's a little bit dramatized, but it is effectively a documentary about the creation of Tetris in the Soviet Union.
Yes.
And how breaking that game out was so hard to do.
I'd be interested in that. I watched the entire Game Over documentary series where it went through the entire history of gaming. I was trying to explain to my daughter how Nintendo had basically control of like the entire marketplace during the gaming system marketplace in the 80s, and how Sega Genesis basically made the point, we're not going to be the kid's toy. We're going to be like the, more like advanced gamer, the older gamer. And so they had the tagline, Sega Genesis, what Nintendo don't. Like, Sega Genesis does what Nintendo don't. And you're like, oh, that's the cool kid stuff. Like that's the teenager stuff. And so
creates like exclusivity around it.
It did. It worked. And so that's how Genesis turned what it turned into. Anyway, so those are a couple documentaries. But yeah, we'll get into more of that sort of stuff. Let me bring this up because over the weekend, we did have the Supreme Court that made a ruling in terms of the Alien Enemies Act. And you had a lot of people on the conservative side, on the Republican side, that felt like they were wronged by this because of when it was posted. Basically, it was a midnight release. And you had two of the conservative justices, most notably Judge Alito, who had a problem with how this went down. And to be quite fair and quite honest about this, when it comes to that, Angela, from the minute they were using this law from the 1800s, I thought this was going to be problematic because the nature of this law required us to be at war. Now, the problem is we don't declare war anymore. Like, we haven't declared war since the 1940s. We don't do that anymore.
It's this formality that we just skip.
We just it's fine. We don't need any of this stuff. Like, Gulf of Tonkin basically changed the game where it's like, we no longer do this stuff. So the first condition of declaring war, and you have to have people that are invading into your country, I thought it was always going to be tough in order to get people out using this act. But I'm not surprised that people were burned by this. Yes, I want them out as well. I just felt that doing it this way was going to be problematic.
Yeah, procedurally it didn't work, and Justice Alito is lit up about it. He's written this dissent saying that the other justices, are participating in this political weaponization of the judicial branch and its procedural misconduct, and you guys may be going by the book, but you're not playing the game the right way. I think this is a landmark
fair.
moment. Yeah, I think so too.
I think that there's something to be said in that dissent that, yes, from what is on the books, and I'm all about that. If you don't like the law, change the law.
Yes.
That has always been my standpoint with this. Whenever we win and the Supreme Court rules accordingly, I then say, well, just change the law if you don't like it. Like, for instance,
Right.
DOJ. DOJ was a department that was created under Obamacare. It took so long for everybody to start recognizing, wait, what Los is saying is actually correct. I would say if you don't like DOJ, blame Obama. This is how this was created to find government efficiency. And as I've said, if you don't like it, then change the law, because it's completely lawful. This is not just some invented group. I'll say the same thing. I want there to be changed laws on this. We should be able to send these people out, because if we cannot get 10 to 15 million people that were allowed in this country over 4 years, if it's going to take us 30 years to get them out, we'll never get them out and we don't have a country anymore.
Right. Because as soon as the Democrat takes
they'll open it right up again.
Right. It's open the floodgates and nobody has to leave.
You got, but I get Alito's point that he's like, y'all are participating in what this is. He sees the problem in it. But again, I know I'm playing both sides of this. I agree that Alito's right. At the same time, if you had put this case in front of me, I would know what the right thing is. The right thing is to allow this to occur. The lawful thing is that using this is not meeting the conditions by which the law was created.
Right. And the Democrats have had an interesting strategy here where they're fighting every single deportation.
All of them.
Right. All of them.
Yeah.
It's okay. Well, we know that there are foreign gang members in this country illegally, and the Democrats have chosen to fight for one of them and go drink margaritas with them in Central America.
It's funny you mentioned that. So this was MSNBC, and this was on Friday. Donald Trump gets up in front of the media, and he starts laying out all the information that, not the administration, that the courts have on this, the Maryland father, what all the courts have found, saying here's the reason why he's being deported. I want you to take a listen to this. You're going to hear Donald Trump laying out the case, and as the information starts to flow into the MSNBC audience, you're going to hear them cut away as quickly as possible. Take a listen.
In 2019, Garcia was issued a deportation order. Two separate judges affirmed Garcia was a member of MS-13, which is a gang that may be even worse.
We've been watching President Donald Trump there swearing in the new administrator of the CMS, the Centers for Medicare and Medicaid, Dr. Mehmet Oz.
How do you like that?
Nothing to see here. Move it along.
As soon as you start lining all this information out, it's like, we got to dump out right now.
They're like, it's about Medicaid. Bye.
I just love that. It's about Medicaid. Bye. We'll see y'all later. Let's go to break here. Yeah, there was too much factual information that was being put out there based on what the courts had already found.
Yeah, they're in panic mode, and it's incredibly obvious that they don't want people to know the truth about this person.
And I thought about this too. And sometimes it's just a meme, but a lot of times there's some truth in the comedy. The Democrats have aligned themselves up, first off, with George Floyd, and that was useful to them to create mayhem in 2020 to go along with what pandemic was going on and to create a situation where you could have drop boxes and really weird elections and basically steal an election. I think the numbers basically say what they say at this point. If you want to fight me on or say I'm election denying, okay, tell me what happened to 15 million Joe Biden votes. Poof, disappeared. With that also being pointed out, then Luigi Mangione, you're celebrating a person who murdered an innocent CEO who is a husband and a father who never did anything to you. It wasn't as if there was some sort of ruling that United Healthcare had against your family and you said, I'm taking vengeance. It's just you decided, and by your own information that you put out there, I don't really have all the information here, but this is what I'm doing.
It was just pure hate.
Pure hatred. You then couple that with lining up with an MS-13 gang member of like, these are your heroes?
They're choosing the worst possible people.
These are who you're fighting for, who you're causing a stir about? Are you kidding me? Like, how do you get to lower than 21% approval rating?
I don't know, but I think we're going to find out.
Here's how you get to like 19, 18,
right. Right. Maybe they should just mess with people's cars, blow up some car dealerships. That's what they're doing now.
I said this too, and I pointed this out on X the other day. I was like, I have never knowingly vandalized something in my life.
Yes.
Like I can think of, there was one time, it was an accident. I stepped on a urinal. It was a low one, and I put my shoe to like tie my shoe, and the thing came off the wall.
Oh no!
And it was at an athletic facility. It's where our baseball team would play. It was like the Northeast Independent School District, and the thing came right off the wall. And I remember going, "Oh my God!" And what did I do? I went right to our baseball coach. I was like, "Coach, got a problem here." That's like one of the times where I can think of, I know, like, yeah, I did it, but I didn't mean to do it. I don't recall ever knowingly vandalize anything in my life.
You don't go around destroying property.
And what I would like to think is that anyone who is 25 years and older, again, you're supposed to have a mature brain. It's already developed. You're supposed to be at that level. If you're 25 years and older and you're willing to do this, like the 35-year-old who was working for Tim Walz, you need to be studied for how big of a loser you are. Like, at what point did this make sense to you to do this sort of stuff?
When did you wake up in the morning and you don't just like pass a Tesla dealership on the way and think, oh yeah, I should go mess with that place.
Yeah, you plotted and planned.
They planned. Whatever brain activity they have going on, which is probably not
It can't be a ton, right?
Right. But whatever they had up there, they were using.
Let me get this straight. I'm going to firebomb a Tesla dealership. Now, first off, a dealership. There's cameras everywhere on a dealership. All right, fine. Okay, that being said. All right, I'm going to firebomb a Tesla, just to say, that has more cameras on it than any car I know known to man. You've decided that you want to vandalize perhaps the one vehicle in the world that is in sentry mode, that's recording everything around it all the time.
Yes, they're again picking
what are we doing?
Dumbest possible fights.
What are we doing?
On every level.
That is how you go from that 21% and you keep going down. Now, at some point, I'm waiting, Angela, because being somebody who has worked in an administration, eventually something changes and turns, and the country, ends up snapping back. As long as we don't end up in some crazy war, as long as we don't, hey, we're suddenly going to partake in fighting Iran. Like, I don't wonder, as long as we stay kind of out of this stuff, what are they going to hit Donald Trump on to create that momentum to get from like 21 to 30%? I don't know if it's out there.
They've got nothing, because every day Doge is uncovering massive wastes of money. What are the Democrats going to do? Be like, yes, we should spend $7 billion on paper clips. Like, no, they've got nothing to go on. And I think that's why we're seeing so much of the legacy corporate media really, really struggle, because they have no new material and they can't play the hits.
That is Angela Morabito. I'm Carlos Medina. Tug Cowart will be back tomorrow. The 8 o'clock hour of the Morning Xtra is brought to you by Central Heating and Air. When we get back, speaking about not having the material, well, Ukraine ain't really working the way they're supposed to. Also, cat ladies, we love you, but you got to stop being cat ladies. Talk about that next week. Continue the Morning Xtra right here on Xtra 106.3.
Latest sports news, powered by 680 The Fan, and driven to extra listeners by RBM of Atlanta in Sandy Springs, Atlanta's Mercedes-Benz connection since 1964.
Good morning. Here are your sports headlines for Monday, April 21st. The Atlanta Braves swept the Minnesota Twins out of Atlanta over the weekend. Next up, a visit from the St. Louis Cardinals to open up a 3-game series starting tonight. It'll be Spencer Schwellenbach on the mound for the Braves tonight. He'll be opposed by Eric Fetty. First pitch is set for 7:15. You can hear that game on our sister station's brand new app, 680 The Fan. The Georgia Bulldogs, they've been busy in the transfer portal as they land a trio of transfers, including Army linebacker Elo Madozi, who was ranked 8th in ESPN's transfer rankings. And the Italian League of Soccer has announced that they will postpone their matchups for today and for the next several days in the wake of the death of Pope Francis. He was 88 years old. With your sports headlines, I'm Carlos Medina.
Hey, it's a Kimmer. Okay, you're driving along. Suddenly you hear that horrible sound of metal and crunching. Hey, it's a Kimmer. Okay, you're driving along. Suddenly you hear that horrible sound of metal and crunching. It's an accident. Even if it's a little minor fender bender, man, that could be a nightmare. First, obviously, take care of yourself. But before you make a deal with an insurance company or anybody else, call David Van Sant with Van Sant Law. You know why? Because he used to work for the insurance company, so he knows how to get the right settlement and right away. Van Sant Law. Don't forget, if you don't get paid, they don't get paid. Protecting your interests. Insurance is great, but it's complicated. 855-GA-INJURY or vansantlaw.com.
You know, the old expression, I love it when a plan comes together? Well, with our First Liberty Notes, this has been so true. Hello, I'm Brant Frost, founder of First Liberty Building and Loan. You hear about our family's company all the time right here on this station. For over 30 years, we've been the local lender who said yes when the big banks say no. A couple of months ago, we opened up our First Liberty Notes program to Main Street investors just like you, and the response has been just incredible. Folks from airline pilots to physicians to even pastors are now earning 8 to 13% interest rates while helping to fuel the growth of local small businesses. If you're a qualified investor with a minimum of $25,000, you too could be earning 8 to 13% interest. We'd love to have you join our First Liberty family today. Go to firstlibertyga.com and see if our First Liberty Notes are right for you. Go to firstlibertyga.com. That's firstlibertyga.com.
First Liberty Notes are not obligations of or guaranteed by any financial institution and are not secured by any collateral. They are not FDIC insured or guaranteed by any government agency. You could lose money. SEC accredited investor status must be verified. Securities not offered in any jurisdiction in which it is unlawful.
Stop dreaming. Start driving. Get the gift that keeps on giving with the RBM of Atlanta Spring Sales Event, exclusively at RBM of Atlanta in Sandy Springs. Each of our certified pre-owned vehicles undergoes an exhaustive process of analysis, inspection, and reconditioning. For a limited time, get special financing from as low as 2.49% APR. In addition, you'll receive unlimited confidence with Mercedes-Benz's unlimited mileage warranty, delivering continued assurance for up to 7 years. Visit us online to see one of the largest and most comprehensive certified pre-owned Mercedes-Benz inventories in Georgia with over 130 vehicles in stock. Contact RBM of Atlanta for details and see how to qualify. Not all offers apply to all vehicles, and special financing available only to qualified customers exclusively from Mercedes-Benz Financial Services through April 30th, 2025. Contact RBM of Atlanta for details on this and other exciting offers. Visit us at rbmofatlanta.com or call us at 770-390-0700 for details.
Springtime is here. Looking for a fun weekend with family, friends, and the kids? The Mitsubishi Electric Classic, presented by Venture, Georgia's only PGA Tour Champions event, returns to Metro Atlanta April 25th through the 27th. Pick your favorite hole to watch along the ropes or find public seating throughout the course. Enjoy scenic views, specialty cocktails, and fun for the whole family. Children 15 and under receive complimentary tickets with purchase by an adult. Join the excitement at TPC Sugarloaf in Duluth, Georgia from April 25th through the 27th. Tickets are available at MitsubishiElectricClassic.com/tickets.
This is Tom with the Honest Car Guy.
Hey, what's with all this honesty stuff?
We help you buy your next pre-owned car or truck honestly.
How honestly?
We guarantee that each vehicle we sell will come with a bill of sale showing what we paid for the vehicle. You'll pay what we pay, plus our disclosed fee guaranteed.
No gimmicks or tricks?
Nope.
Man, this sounds like a new way to buy a car.
Get an honest car buy from the Honest Car Guy. Call 844-SHOW-ME-1. That's 844-SHOW-ME-1 or visit honestcarguy.com.
And a meme has a pic of Elon Musk looking out the window while smiling. The caption reads, "Watching bureaucrats you fired drive away in cars you made."
The Kimmer Show every afternoon from 3 to 6 p.m. on Extra 106.3 and the Extra app.
Welcome back. It is the Morning Extra on Extra 106.3. Los and Tug Cowart, although Tug not available today. He'll be back in the saddle tomorrow. He's still in South Carolina watching his son play baseball. So Angela Morabito, who was in on Thursday and Friday, you know her from her work with the previous Trump administration and the Department of Education, and also all of her, do we have any TV appearances coming up? Because you've been on a run. I've been on a lot.
I was on Newsmax on Saturday. I'm doing Fox every now and again, but nothing on the books at the moment.
Okay.
But most of the time I find out same day.
Yeah, you're able to do the whole scramble drill because we'll randomly be flipping channels and we're like, is that? And we're like, no. Oh, it is Angela. Yeah. And so that's kind of how it goes. And then it's my stop down moment to see all right, what's Angela saying? And the fun part about it is, and there's different versions of you. I hope you don't mind if I say this.
Go for it.
There is I'm going to be the representative of this organization. I'm going to tell you what is going on. And that's good old Angela. There's the one that shows up on this radio station and she makes her points. She talks about what she wants to talk about, and that is Angela. There's also the X version of Angela where she's like, you're going to get a little more snark right now.
Oh, yeah. I'm not this friendly on the internet. I punch back pretty hard on X.
You make it a point to what you won't say during some of these interviews because it's not necessary. It's not like it's like you versus somebody else.
Right.
I'm supposed to bring an expertise level to this. That doesn't require the snark. When you head on over to X, every now and then got to get a little snarky, and I like that.
Yeah, you got to smack down these people who are just straight up lying. And it's honestly, it's fun.
Well, speaking of the people that need to be smacked down, I think I've been very honest about this since I joined this radio station. When I've talked about the Ukrainian war, I've said this is a conflict we're so used to in America. We digest everything of good guy versus bad guy. It's entirely possible to have war with bad guy versus bad guy.
Right.
And you can look at Putin and say, oh, he's a bad guy. I will also look at Zelensky and say, it's a bad guy. These are bad guys. We're talking about the most corrupt country in Europe with perhaps one of the most corrupt dictators that, this is what I say about Putin. The reason why they hate him so much is because he is one of the only nationalists that's out there. The other one's Donald Trump. And in a world that's moving towards globalism, they are not the same dude. I'm not equating the two. What I'm saying is their interests are strictly about their country. And that is why you have him hated throughout Europe in the way that he is. Aggression aside, that is the reason why he's such a big enemy. But when it just comes to policy and what the Russians are willing to do, bad guy. And so when you then have the Ukrainians playing around with this minerals deal, I'm like, what do you think? You're getting involved with bad people.
Right. This was nuts. And I think it is already a defining moment of President Trump's second term when he's sitting there with Vice President Vance and Vladimir Zelensky. And Zelensky is just saying, you have to give me more money, more weapons, more everything. And they're going, you don't have the cards. You want something for nothing. Well, what happens very quietly a couple weeks later is just a few days ago, the governments of the United States and Ukraine have signed an outline of a plan for us to get rare earth minerals from Ukraine in exchange for some continued military support.
And then you have the Ukrainians going,
Yep. They caved, and the full deal is expected to be finalized this week, but it comes at a really important time because 98% of the world's rare earth minerals are coming from, or rare earth elements are coming from China. China just moved to curb any exports to the United States. So we may be thinking, okay, it's tariff palooza. We're moving manufacturing back onshore here. And China's saying, no, you don't. Then we're saying, too bad. We found another way to get these items.
This is the future of all of our technology. You know, right now we're in this race of how do we power everything of the future. Now, we're going to have, obviously, oil and gas be a huge portion of this, but oil and gas does not power my phone or my electronic vehicle, my electric vehicle, or any of some of these other items that are going to be part of our future. I will not be filling it up over at, QT. Okay.
Yes.
So these rare earth minerals, they do matter for what we believe we're going to have. I would just say this. Imagine we are in a world where, let's just say we've now gotten to the point where drone warfare, because of everything we've seen in Ukraine, is the future.
Yes.
That, yes, piloted planes, you will have that, but in mass, drone warfare looks to be the future. How are they powered? These are the sorts of things we need to be talking about, and why China having that advantage needs to be something that we curtail.
Yeah, it's a problem, and people get all mad at President Trump when he's saying American energy. And I'm like, well, we're going to get our energy from somewhere. We're not going to set our society back by just not having energy. So let's make it here. Let's make it at home.
Right.
Instead of caving to the green movement and saying, oh, well, we'll protect our forests. Okay, well, you know who's not doing that? It's China.
The Chinese are not interested. In fact, they're building coal plants as quickly as you possibly can in the interest of, they recognize that AI does require a crazy amount of power and water.
Yes.
So they're trying to engineer their society for it. Keep in mind, we just talked about history. Part of the reason why the Great Famine happened in China, that killed between 10 million and 50 million people, is because they tried to industrialize way too fast. What they did is they took the farmers, they moved them into the cities, and they said the government will run the production of our farms to feed our people. And what happened? It didn't work out. You ended up having 10 to 50 million people die of famine. That's why you ended up having Mao's Cultural Revolution, because he was losing power and he needed to get the kids back. He was like, I got to get the kids so I can maintain my power. This is where the Chinese are going. Like, this is part due.
Right.
Like, they're like, we've got to get this right this time around and make sure that we have the energy of the future in order to maintain our place in the global market.
Yeah, they want global dominance, and allowing Beijing to control anything is generally a very bad idea. I mean, look at what just happened with COVID.
So we talked about the the cat ladies out there. And I made the point, I wasn't trying to insult Angela. I just said most people that if they were to attend a private university and they happen to be educated, they are a white woman, the numbers typically say that they tend to not care for Donald Trump.
That's right. Okay.
Those are just factual pieces of information. I want you to take a listen, as this is from CNBC. This is over the weekend, where they started lining out all the areas where Donald Trump is way ahead. And there's one area that when CNBC, they have like circled like it, but here's our area. Here's the one we're winning in. Take a listen to all the areas they're losing in, but the one they're winning.
See this. White women with at least a college degree, the only group of white voters that really kind of is on the left politically, aligned with progressive causes, democratic politics. Give you an example here. It's that DEI question that we asked about in our poll. We had two big statements we read to voters. Basically, do you want to continue DEI programs, or do you think they should be ended? And again, look at this divide here. White men, no degree, end it. White men with a degree, end it, they say. White women, no degree, end it, they say, by double digits. And then white women with a college degree, completely different by a nearly 40-point margin. They say to continue DEI.
They're the only ones that are okay with DEI. Every single other group in terms of white people that are part of the workforce, all of them are like, nope, except for young white women.
How horribly out of touch. These people are going to learn that the world does not function like their college campus where DEI reigns supreme. And that in the real world, you actually have to be a person who does things for anyone to pay attention. And I think there are a lot of people who resist that reality, right? They want to be judged by, oh, well, I think the right things, therefore I am a good person, instead of, I do the right things, therefore I'm trying to be a good person.
It's always about judge me by my intentions, not the results.
Yep.
Because the intentions sound great.
Yes, they believe in this utopia.
Oftentimes, yeah, I really meant for this to happen. Well, like for instance, as we're talking about the Chinese and what they were doing in the 1950s, we just went through a world war so that we're not taken advantage of by the Japanese next time around. We need to industrialize so that we can protect the homeland. Sounds great. Good idea. And then we did it wrong, got 50 million people killed. Yeah. Oh, but don't judge me by those results. Judge me by what the plan was. It seems that that particular faction of women do not want to be judged by the results at all. By the nice, loving intentions they had in mind.
Right, and I've heard it called the suicidal empathy of I want everyone to be able to come to America, and I want gang members to visit the library once a week. And they invite these ridiculous ideas into like the public sphere. And fortunately now we have a president who's standing up and saying no. But if these women get what they want, we're in such deep trouble.
Suicidal empathy. I love that term.
Sounds like a 90s album.
I know.
Ooh.
Really?
I feel like they're playing at Coachella this year.
It's like the Gin Blossoms decided that after New Miserable Experience, it's suicidal empathy. You can look it up. Don't worry about it. New Miserable Experience. I'm gonna go back to documentaries. I'm gonna give Angela documentaries from here on out in this next break. All right. When we get back, we get into the final hour of the Morning Extra. Whenever this man speaks, do not pay attention to him, because he's talking about somebody who actually wants to have a discussion. We'll talk about that next. We continue the Morning Extra right here on Extra 106.3.
It's time for the Bortz Report, exclusively on Atlanta's only conservative news and talk station, Extra 106.3.
Okay, everybody, some Bortz bits. Just little tidbits I've collected over the last couple of days. Bill Clinton had 12.3 million deportations. George Bush, 10 million. Barack Obama, 5 million. Never an injunction filed. Donald Trump, 100,000 deportations, 30 injunctions. The Minneapolis Healthcare Network has determined and is mandating in videos for their employees that only black employees will ever be allowed to use the N-word. Anybody else, for any reason, you're fired. All of those demonstrations over the last couple of days against Donald Trump's policies, maybe it would be helpful, though the media won't report it, if you knew that most of those demonstrations were organized by socialist and communist organizations. One of those, the Party for Socialism and Liberation, is saying that if we had a 90% wealth tax, in other words, take away 90% of the wealth that millionaires and billionaires have, we could fund universal health care and all of these wonderful goodies. The Transformers are on a outrage bender in the United Kingdom, that's England, because the UK Supreme Court has ruled that a woman is somebody who was born biologically female, and that does not include Transformers. The CEO of two imported Mexican beers, Modelo and Corona, complaining because Hispanic customers are hiding in their homes to avoid deportation and not coming out and buying enough beer. A federal district court judge out of San Francisco has ordered that Jesus Christ should be apprehended and sent right back to that tomb. Oh, I'll end up paying for that one. Time for me to leave. Neil Bortz, Extra 106.3.
Israel still under attack. Missile fire has resumed from Israel's enemies, terrorists who seek utter death and destruction. Women never feel completely safe and live in constant fear for their family's safety. Men are always on alert, have to be ready to race to react to another attack, help their neighbors. Here in America, we can't imagine what it's like to live in this kind of constant fear. But for the people of Israel, it's real. It's very real, every single day. I want you to join me and show the people of Israel that you'll help protect them in this time of unimaginable uncertainty. One of the best things we can do is give to the International Fellowship of Christians and Jews. Your gift will help provide security essentials like bomb shelters, flak jackets, bulletproof vests, armored security vehicles, armored ambulances, and so much more. There is no better time to give than right after the Passover holiday, which celebrates Israel's historic deliverance and birth as a nation. Give a gift today. Help protect the people of Israel. 888-488-IFCJ. That's 888-488-4325. Or go online to Support IFCJ, all one word, supportifcj.org.
Hey, Georgia neighbors, it's time to expect more from your Medicare Advantage. Discover Sonder Health's custom plans tailored just for Georgians. Saunders offers unique benefits, including special plans for those living with chronic conditions. Some plans even come with grocery or gas benefits to support your overall well-being. Sonder Health makes it easy to get the coverage you need. See for yourself what today's Medicare Advantage can do for you. Visit SonderHealthPlans.com, a healthier state of life. Sonder Health Plans is an HMO and PPO with Medicare contracts. Enrollment in Sonder Health Plans depends on contract renewal.
WFOM and W292EV Marietta, a Dickey broadcasting station. The 9 a.m. hour is presented by Southern Exteriors. Quality and precision you can rely on.
This is a Fox News alert. Pope Francis is being mourned around the world. I'm Dave Anthony.
The last time we saw him, Easter Sunday, the last words, a blessed Easter, as he gave us his blessing.
Cardinal Timothy Dolan paying tribute at St. Patrick's Cathedral in New York City just hours after we learned the Pope died, after he'd spent Easter meeting with the public in Rome, seeming to be improved after his 5-week hospital stay, battling pneumonia February into March.
The Vatican released a statement this morning. It reads in part, at 7:35 this morning, the Bishop of Rome, Francis, returned to the house of the Father. His entire life was dedicated to the service of the Lord and his church. He taught us to live the values of the gospel with fidelity, courage, and universal love, especially in favor of the poorest and most marginalized.
That's Fox's Madeline Rivera. The Pope led the Catholic Church for 12 years. President Trump put out a statement, rest in peace, may God bless him and all who loved him. White House Press Secretary Caroline Leavitt just told Fox.
It's a solemn day for Catholics around the world, and we are praying for all those who loved the Pope and believed in him.
And tributes are pouring in from leaders globally. Fox's Jonathan Savage reports from London.
King Charles and Queen Camilla were among the final world leaders to meet Pope Francis when they visited the Vatican earlier this month. Charles says he's deeply saddened by Pope Francis's passing at the age of 88.
There's new controversy for Defense Secretary Pete Hegseth. Reports he had a second signal group chat discussing American attacks on Houthi militants in Yemen last month with his wife and brother and lawyer. The first Signal discussion became infamous when a journalist was mistakenly allowed into the chat. Back to White House Press Secretary Caroline Leavitt. She also just told Fox no classified info was shared. The president stands by Hegseth after leaks she called illegal.
This is what happens when the entire Pentagon is working against you and working against the monumental change that you are trying to implement.
And on Wall Street, falling futures suggest another sell-off coming. America's listening to Fox News.
Seems everything costs more these days. Gas, groceries, and when's the last time you checked your wireless bill? When it comes to big wireless, if you're staying, you may be overpaying. Switch to Consumer Cellular and get your second month free for a limited time. You'll get the same fast, reliable nationwide coverage without the big wireless bill. Plans start at just $20 a month. Here's Veronica and Jackie, real customers.
I didn't know that I could get something for a lot less money that was actually better than who I was with before.
Anytime anybody complains about their cell phone bill, we say, you've got to check out Consumer Cellular.
And now for a limited time, new customers can get their second month free when they use promo code SECONDFREE. Just call, click, or bring us your bill and see how much you can save. Because when it comes to big wireless, if you're staying, you may be overpaying. Call 1-888-FREEDOM, visit a store near you, or consumercellular.com and use code SECONDFREE to get a free second month. Real people pay to share their opinions in this ad. Plans include $5 credit for auto pay and e-billing. Taxes, fees, and other third-party charges will apply. See website for additional details.
You may know Bortz is back, but not everyone else does. Tell anyone who loves America, Bortz is back on the radio in Atlanta, and his new home is Extra 106.3. Listen to him now on the Extra 106.3 app.
Welcome back, Kip Winger. It's a Morning Extra on Extra 106.3 FM. It's Los. It's Angela Morabito. Tug, he'll be back tomorrow. He's in South Carolina and probably listening to some Winger because he's just that kind of guy when it comes to Winger.
Had to get some juice for the 9 o'clock hour.
9 o'clock hour, you gotta take it up a notch. We got one more hour to go. We're taking you to 10 o'clock before we hand things over to Glenn Beck. Then, of course, we will then have Clay Travis and Buck Sexton, followed by Kimmer coming up at 3, and you get all the way until 6 o'clock before we get the Jesse Kelly show going. Also, by the way, just so you remember, you can always download our sister station app, 680 The Fan, brand new app. The Braves will continue their homestand, 7:15 start time tonight. So get yourself in a little bit of Jesse Kelly and then migrate over to the app. You can listen to wherever, whatever's going on with the game. Once we get that thing going, the Braves end up getting a sweep over the weekend and they get a 3-game series with the Cardinals. So Cardinal fans are all over this place. Like, Angela, I don't know if you've ever been here when, like, the Cardinals, the Cubs, the Yankees, the Red Sox.
It's a lot of red, white, and blue.
That's a lot of times when you have the fan bases roll in. And I don't know how spring break falls for those people, but they tend to seem to all be scheduled to, let's go down to Atlanta, spend the week there, and go watch their team play in our stadium. So,
that's cool. It's cool that they come and enjoy the Battery.
They do. We'll see. They'll be all over the place. I guarantee by 5 o'clock this afternoon, if you're still in the Battery, it's going to be crawling with Cardinal fans.
The Atlanta has always been a good place for other people to come watch games.
Oh, it's incredible for that. And
the opposite of Philadelphia.
And even, yes, it's true. Even the Battery setup. One of the things I appreciated, so this was back in 2021 when they were first allowing people back into the stadiums. And we had actually booked a couple nights over at the Omni. We were doing the whole staycation thing.
Oh, cool.
And so we would get up, go grab breakfast, go run around the Battery, and then that evening go to the Braves game and then walk back across the street over to the hotel. It was like the most fun staycation that we've ever done, where we didn't travel anywhere. We're just like, we'll just stay in the area. That was a good time. So I can imagine if you were to schedule this correctly and you are a Cubs fan from Chicago or a St. Louis fan from St. Louis with the Cardinals, then, yeah, you would be like, let's go stay in the Battery. Let's go make a weekend of it or a few days of it and have a good time.
Yeah, I mean, I explained this place to a family member from out of town of like, this is baseball Disney.
Yes.
It's this little escape from the rest of the world.
21 acres of fun.
Its own little village. You can get anything you want. And the centerpiece is the stadium.
I say 2 words that helps describe this for anyone. Open container.
Yes.
You can get anything you want in this place and walk out of any restaurant you want with it. And as long as you're on the campus, you're good. So you can take whatever you want. You can buy it on the street, walk around wherever.
They installed a bunch of new bar tops just around for people who are walking. Oh, you need to tie your shoe? Just put your drink right there.
That's the new add-on. There's the bar tops that are randomly around the stadium. And so now, if you get here early enough, when you had a big series, they're just loaded up. There's just cans of stuff all on them. But they do, as similar to Disney, that stuff gets cleaned up real quick. Have you ever seen like the magic of how quickly the Disney parks get cleaned in the evening?
Oh, yeah. They've done like
incredible.
studies on this
Yes.
about how every trash can is strategically placed and kind of disguised. And they found out that people at Disney will pick up other people's trash.
Yes.
Because the trash cans are that convenient.
I had my daughter, she had like an ice cream sandwich. This was years ago while we were there. And a portion of it dropped on the ground. We're like, oh, that's not good. I think it took 30 or 45 seconds before someone came over, a Disney attendant, saw it, and it was gone.
That's
like 30 or
unbelievable.
45 seconds, I'm looking back and I'm like, and I was looking around for like, let me get some paper towels, because I was doing that same thing of let me grab it and I'll go throw it in the trash can. And somebody came by, immediately just took care of it.
They just swoop right in.
Swooped right in. Pretty
Disney magic.
It's Disney magic. It's really cool whenever you get a chance to do it. 9 o'clock hour is brought to you by Southern Exteriors. Visit them at southernexteriors.co. They can handle any of the work on the outside of your home, and they do it as a boy band. It's a bunch of really cool dudes, and they show up and you just say like, hey guys, I need to have this done, and they're like, you got it, and they go to work from there. There's a name that if I'm ever going to get my pound of flesh and I'm able to find a way for one of you states out there to go after Anthony Fauci, the next person in line is going to be Peter Hotez. Peter Hotez, who works out of Texas, who has basically been, had we had the Biden administration end up back in the office under Kamala Harris, Peter Hotez would be in RFK Jr.'s spot.
That's terrifying.
He'd be running Health and Human Services. Now, if you don't know Peter Hotez, what he does is he wears his dumb glasses. He always wears a lab coat, and he just sits and tells you about, oh, here's what's going to happen, and you got to watch out for this new pandemic. And he is all about fear pornography. Okay, that's his entire goal in the interest of protecting Big Pharma. Peter Hotez, when he did the Joe Rogan show, and Joe started asking about his levels of health. He's like, well, what do you do? Well, I walk a little bit. Oh, okay. Well, you ever thought about? And the more that Joe Rogan was asking him about vitamins, supplements, everything for Peter Hotez came back to, well, you just get a shot.
Oh, no.
All of it. The man is not in great health. Okay. Like, he is as robust as it gets. Now, granted, he's older, but he is not in good health, and nor does he have the first idea about health. So I want you to take a listen to Peter Hotez. This is what it sounds like when he protects Big Pharma.
Now, I will say in regard to Dr. Marx's letter, that sounds about right, that Mr. Kennedy seems to have this fixed belief that vaccines do bad things to kids, and he's absolutely wrong. I mean, we have this extraordinary vaccine ecosystem that's led to the elimination of multiple childhood infections, including kid meningitis and measles and many others. And now I'm really concerned that he is so fixed on these false links between vaccines and autism and other things that this is going to jeopardize our entire vaccine ecosystem. That's point one. Point two, I don't know what this means now when there's efforts to introduce new vaccines. The technology now is really advancing rapidly. We have the opportunity to build next generation vaccines for emerging diseases. I'm very concerned about H5N1. And we need better vaccines for H5N1. We may have another coronavirus illness coming online.
Oh, we will, huh? It's pretty interesting.
I'm like,
Who
is
in
that
their
a
right
threat?
mind?
Dr. Peter Hotez. Now, this is what I wanted to point out. This really feeds into, he's trying to attack RFK Jr. on the idea of, why don't we look at our vaccine schedule and see if there's any correlation between the rise in autism. But not only that, RFK Jr. has also taken on Big Food.
He has.
And so these are two areas between Big Food and Big Pharma where you're going to make a lot of enemies. And there's going to be a lot of people like Peter Hotez that are going to step up and be like, no, there's nothing to see here.
Yeah, there's a lot of money in trying to convince people to keep everything as it is. Meanwhile, our country gets sicker and in more pain and deals with more illness, including autism spectrum disorders. I can't imagine why anyone would oppose researching this condition. I mean, and it's like there's no justification for just saying, no, we won't look into it.
If there's a legacy from 2020, you had a bunch of people in 2020, 2021 who said, you're not allowed to ask a question.
Yeah.
Which a question is the very basis of science.
Right.
It is, I'm not sure if this equals this. I would like, as a hypothesis, to test that. I have a question about it. And that is the basis of science. Science is not, I've determined what it is and you just need to listen. That's not how it works. All RFK Jr. is asking is there a correlation? Should we look into this? And if we do look into this, what should we be looking for? What should we be curious about what's happening? Now, I think especially when it comes to food, there's already products throughout Europe and Canada that are not available because of what it does to people that are at risk for cancer. Yet we willingly give it to our population.
Yeah, there are scientists now who are trying to circumvent these GLP-1 inhibitors. That's your Ozempic, those shots. Yeah. There are food scientists, which I hesitate to even call it food because they're making chemicals, who are trying to create substances to put in your food that will hijack your brain and get around that medication.
I'm so glad you know about that. That you have food scientists that are trying to figure out how to ignore the shot you've taken.
Yes.
What they're looking to do is create food that's more addictive so that even though you've put a shot in your body, which, by the way, you shouldn't be putting that shot in your body, but whatever, hey, fine. Osteoporosis has some other side effects. I get it. If you're morbidly obese, maybe you need some help to get down to a more healthy weight. I get it. That's what they're being used for. There's also people that are like 10 pounds overweight that are using it. And I'm like, you don't need to be using this. Put the work in. With all that being said, to think that big food, their next plan is how do we make our food more addictive through chemicals so that even the effects of Ozempic, you just ignore it.
Yeah, they're not responding to the market and saying, ooh, we should make our food healthier because there's market demand for that. They're saying, no, we should make our food more addictive so that you out-eat this other treatment that you've been giving yourself.
That is dirty. But again, this is, I get it. This is what we do in a capitalist society. And that's great. That's going to be part of it. If RFK Jr. has brought up one aspect, and there's plenty of things about him where I just like, I don't know. His stuff on Wi-Fi, I'm like, I'm willing to listen. But I also, in my own interest, I got really cool Wi-Fi. I like having really cool Wi-Fi. I would like to pretend that maybe it doesn't have some of the effects that he claims.
Nobody's giving up their Wi-Fi anytime soon.
No, it's so important. If I'm giving up a year on the back end because of the Wi-Fi, I'm giving up a year on the back end because the Wi-Fi is really good. Okay, with that being pointed out, I've got my own faults here. I think that when RFK Jr. talks about how if people are given information to at least make healthier determinations, some will do it.
Yes.
Not everybody, but I think the problem that we run into, and this is something that happened to me personally, when I had 5 years ago, a cholesterol issue, and I also had a blood pressure issue. One of the things was I was like, I'm eating like all this lean meat. Like I'm like, how is this happening? What I had no idea about until I really started digging into this stuff is the amount of saline and salt products that are plugged into your chicken in order to keep it on the store shelves longer.
Wow.
I had no idea. And I'm somebody that I don't put salt on anything because it does make my blood pressure go crazy. And so I'm sitting there going like, I'm eating all this lean chicken. Why is this going on? I had no idea of what preservatives had been put in. That is what RFK Jr. is essentially saying. It's like, let's lay this honestly out for the people so that they know what's in their food so they can make healthier determinations. And oh, by the way, why don't we also do that with their vaccine program too? Like overall health.
Yeah, I mean, I really like that RFK Jr. is asking the biggest possible questions. He's not just going, well, do vaccines cause autism? Is there a link? He's going, what causes autism?
Yes.
Because something's causing a huge spike. We should figure out whatever that is, whether it's vaccines, something else, something we haven't even thought of yet. He's doing the science of asking the question.
Well, we've grown over the years to find out, hey, lead-based paint tends to cause a problem with kids.
Yes.
Like, okay, that was a discovery where we said, all right, no more of this. The same thing. Why do these workers keep getting cancerous agents? Oh, we were using asbestos as a fire retardant in their offices. Okay,
right.
That was something we found out. This is, again, an environmental correlation to what is going on. I think that when you start having people ask these questions, yes, the answers might end up being scary, but they might end up being useful.
Yeah, and it's worth finding out, right?
Oh, by the way, mercury ain't good for you. There was another one from years ago.
Of course. And we're seeing a rise, not just in autism, but in so many other chronic conditions and diseases and disorders that we didn't have a generation or two ago.
Let me ask you this, because you and I, like I said, we're different in age, yet we're close enough to where we would share like peer groups.
Yes.
10 years younger, 10 years older. Okay, right there, that's our peer group. I only recall I had one friend that I grew up with who was diabetic, and I don't recall anyone who had a food allergy when I was growing up.
Oh, wow.
Not one.
Okay.
I had one diabetic friend and no one who had food allergies. On our volleyball team alone, I think we have, as far as the 13 girls, at least 4 or 5 who have food allergies out of just 13.
Yeah. When I got married a little over a year ago, we had to ask everybody for their food allergies. And because you might not always know if someone's like, if I'm in the room with a sunflower seed, I'll explode.
Yeah.
Like, you never know.
Is that a
You don't
peanut?
want to make somebody sick. Exactly. Yeah. And it's everywhere. I know that's not like a perfectly random sample, but I'm telling you, like, I have celiac. I can't have gluten. It's not the same as an allergy, but it's still a big group of foods that I can't touch.
Do you ever wonder if that was strictly genetic or if that was something environmental that maybe your mother was exposed to at some point? Because that's the other discussion of what were women being given that then would cause these sort of issues. I remember when I was born, there was a medication that they wanted to have my mother take while she was in the hospital.
Oh, wow.
And she outright refused it because she was reading an article about how, hey, this was part of the painkillers that Elvis Presley was on, and that there's a belief that the mother will pass along some of these issues to a child. So she was like, nope, don't want to have it, don't want to take it.
Wow. So I never wondered about that, but I do wonder about what happened, because I ate bread and pasta and sandwiches and all that good stuff for years and was totally fine until I wasn't.
And then it just kicked in. Okay. Was this, it says now hold on, let me get out my Sherlock Holmes hat. Get out my magnifying glass here.
Here we go.
Here we go. Did this change at any certain portion of life? Was this puberty oriented? Was this like I hit a certain point? Like for me, I remember when I turned about 18 or 19, suddenly I became wildly lactose intolerant when it came to like straight milk.
Okay, yep, it hit me at about that same age.
Yeah. I suddenly I would drink milk every single day, and I would end my evenings with like, just going to go get a glass of milk. By the time I was 18 or 19, I would get violently sick from it.
Oh, no.
Like, put me in the restroom for like 3 hours kind of sick from it.
Oh, no.
Out of nowhere.
And these things just hit people. So I'm like, what is in our food?
What is in our food? What's in there?
In the genetically modified crops, but also what are they spraying on our food? That's scary in its own right, because I mean, you hear about everything where you'll pick up something in the grocery store and it looks like it came from a farm where sheep are grazing peacefully and everything's great, and then you read the ingredients and it's straight chemicals.
So the Mediterranean diet, I've brought this up on the show a few times. You will have cardiologists who will tell you that if you're trying to increase heart health, that a Mediterranean diet is the best thing for you. Now, all that means is that, yeah, you're eating fruits and vegetables just like anything else, but then when you're consuming, you're trying to get fresh chicken and fresh fish.
Okay.
All right, the problem is, show me the fresh chicken and fresh fish.
I was going to say, where do you get that?
Right, because there's so much stuff in it to keep it on the store shelves, especially the chicken. The fish, not quite as much, but still, it's being given certain chemicals in order to get them to grow bigger. If I can catch it out of the ocean or if I can grab it off the farm, I'd probably eat it. But since I can't do either one of them on a regular basis, I just don't partake.
I get it. And now they're coming out with different kinds of eggs. I know eggs have been in the news all over the place, but at certain Trader Joe's locations, you can buy eggs from hens that were exposed to roosters. And people are taking those eggs home and incubating them and hatching full-on chicks
so that you can,
in their house. Yes, my husband, honey, if you're listening to this, just don't look in the guest bathtub. Don't worry about it.
Oh,
no,
sweet.
It's fine. I'm not hatching chickens, but just know somewhere if you hear screaming in the distance, I just scared my husband into thinking we were now chicken farmers.
I have some friends of mine that's one of the things that they've wanted. They're like, I just want a chicken coop and to have my own chickens.
That would be so fun. I have an aunt who has chickens and she named them all after pastas. So she's like, oh yeah, there's ravioli.
Same thing with Tug's cousin.
Adorable.
Yeah. It's like, if you can have your own eggs, own fresh eggs.
That's true luxury in 2025.
Yeah,
That's
chickens.
right.
Like, live where you want to, have chickens. I'm pretty sure my HOA doesn't allow chickens, so I have to hide them somewhere. All right, when we get back, we'll continue a little bit of this conversation as Bill Maher weighed in with his guests. And also, it's really about the communist strategy for the next census in 2030. We'll talk about both of those coming up next right here on the Morning Extra. This is Extra 1063.
Get connected to Extra 1063 on all your favorite apps. Then download ours and stream the station across Georgia. We're live online at extra1063.com. Stream live video from the studios on YouTube. And of course, Kimmer, Bortz, and your favorite Extra shows in crystal clear digital on the Extra 1063 app.
Hey, y'all, it's Los. Let's talk about Cub Cadet and Howard Brothers. April, you know what's going on. You've already seen it. The grass is growing, and it's growing faster. It is mowing time with Cub Cadet. From their zero-turn lawn tractors, Cub Cadet mowers are built for power, precision, and comfort so that you can tackle your job with ease. It's the top pick for homeowners as well as those people that work in the industry who want a perfect cut every single time. That is what Cub Cadet delivers. Let's not fall behind the season. You remember what happened in the past. You were slow to get that yard taken care of, and then you spent the better part of 2 months having to get that yard back to health. We got to get on it now. Visit your local Howard Brothers today and get your Cub Cadet mower ready for the season. The grass is always greener when you take care of it with Cub Cadet and with Howard Brothers.
If you're the decision maker at your company, we have great news for you, for your HR department, and for your employees. A new and future-forward way to do health benefits is here from Thatch. Not only do your employees get better health benefits with Thatch, but you save an average of $1,620 per employee per year. That's right. You can save over $1,600 per employee per year. Plus, Thatch reduces the time your HR department spends administering benefits. Businesses all over the country love Thatch's breakthrough approach. Rather than a wasteful one-size-fits-all plan, Thatch empowers your employees by letting them customize their own benefits plans. And you save money and time while providing your employees with better health benefits, which works better for everyone. Book a demo with Thatch and we'll send you a $100 gift card. Visit thatch.ai/radio to book a demo for your gift card. That's THATCH.ai/radio. Thatch.ai/radio.
Hey, this is Tom from The Honest Car Guy. We help you buy your next pre-owned car or truck honestly. We guarantee each vehicle we sell will come with a copy of the bill of sale showing what we paid for it. You pay what we pay plus a disclosed fee. Guaranteed. Honesty is the best policy, and we guarantee it. Finally, a pre-owned car and truck buying process that you can trust.
Get an honest car buy from The Honest Car Guy. Call 844-SHOW-ME-1. That's 844-SHOW-ME-1 or visit honestcarguy.com.
Hi, I'm Chris Lalamia, owner of the Trusted Toolbox. Got a to-do list a mile long? No problem. We've got the ultimate solution, our Handyman for a Day program. Here's how it works. You get a skilled handyman dedicated to knocking out your honey-do list. Paint touch-ups, drywall repairs, door adjustments, and much more, all done in one day. You want to jump into spring and not worry about your home? Call us now before the rush for your Handyman for a Day and call us at 770-623-3097 or visit us at thetrustedtoolbox.com. One call, one handyman, one day. The Trusted Toolbox.
May in the A is upon us, and the month is packed with 5 exciting matchups and 6 must-have giveaways. The Dodgers and Reds come to Truist Park May 2nd through the 8th, and the homestand includes the Ozzie Albies Go Fish Cards giveaway presented by Visit Curacao on May 4th, followed by the Braves Race Car giveaway presented by Napa on May 6th. The first homestand closes out with everyone's favorite closer, Raisel Iglesias, and his bobblehead giveaway presented by Northside Hospital on May 8th. Then the Nationals come to town May 12th through the 15th. On the 14th, fans will receive the Marcell Ozuna bobblehead presented by Delta, and yes, his head and arms bobble. And May in the A continues with a series against the Padres May 23rd through the 25th, featuring back-to-back giveaways like a bucket hat built by the Home Depot on the 24th and Kids Visor on the 25th. Find all of the fun this May at Braves.com/promos. Atlanta Braves baseball. We are Braves country.
The world is mourning the passing of the head of the Catholic Church, Pope Francis. Born Jorge Mario Bergoglio in Buenos Aires on December 17, 1936, Pope Francis was the first pope from the Americas and the Southern Hemisphere. He joined the Society of Jesus in 1958 and was ordained a priest in 1969. Serving as the Archbishop of Buenos Aires from 1998, he became a cardinal in 2001. Following the resignation of Pope Benedict XVI in 2013, he was elected the 266th Pope of the Roman Catholic Church, choosing the name Francis in honor of Saint Francis of Assisi.
Habemus papam, qui sibi nomen imposuit Franciscum.
Somos todos hijos de Dios y Dios nos quiere como estamos y con la fuerza que luchamos cada uno por nuestra dignidad.
Pope Francis's legacy is marked by his dedication to compassion, humility, and a church that embraces all. The world remembers Pope Francis.
The stories that matter to you. These are your Georgia headlines.
Here are your headlines for Monday, April 21st. Flags are flying at half-staff as a South Fulton police officer is laid to rest. Lieutenant Helio Garcia was killed when a vehicle hit him head-on early last week. Lieutenant Garcia is survived by his wife and 3 children. The Police Benevolent Foundation has stepped in to provide support for the family. A 14-year-old Pennsylvania girl reported missing in January has been found in Jasper. She was given medical treatment and returned to Pennsylvania. No arrests have been announced at this time. A man who opened fire on police at a Buc-ee's in Calhoun turned out to be wanted for murder in Tennessee. Police say Robert Smith fled and fired shots while they were attempting to put him in handcuffs. Police say Smith was found dead after a chase from a self-inflicted gunshot. And if your best friend is coughing, you aren't alone. Metro Atlanta veterinarians say dogs are being affected by a rise in a mystery illness. Signs to watch out for include a whooping cough and unusually low energy. Vets encourage dog owners to watch out for these symptoms and contact their vets if it continues. Today's weather: isolated thunderstorms today and warm temperatures in the mid-80s. We'll continue to see showers and storms throughout the week. With your headlines, I'm Jerry Payne.
9 o'clock hour of the Morning Extra is brought to you by Southern Exteriors. Visit them online, southernexteriors.co. Southernexteriors.co. It's Los, it's Tug, no Tug. I'm just introducing him so you get used to it because, you know, new listeners all the time. It's Los and Tug. And we got Jure, who's running things over there just behind the glass. But we have Angela Morabito, who, if you listen to the show on Thursday, Friday, hello, new listener. Angela's back. She's going to be with us for today before Tug gets on back. And then we'll have to kind of figure out, like, when the next time we can have you in. Because, again, you classy up the joint.
Well, thank you.
You bring the expertise. You're somebody who's worked in the administration. You know, like I said, you break news. You got all sorts of good stuff. And so we're looking forward to it. And I'm sure even some of the things you'll be a part of this week, we'll be talking about it later in the week. And we're like, Angela told us some cool stuff was coming, but, you know, we just didn't know. And so that's just kind of how it's going to be.
Thanks. There's never a dull moment in education, and that's the best and worst part of the job. Like, some days you really want a dull moment, and you're just not going to get one.
Do you not wait for, you know, when you get any of the audio, when good old Randy Weingartner just goes crazy, and you're not just like rubbing your hands together going like, oh, fake John Denver's going nuts again. Like, here she goes. Like, is it not just a matter of maybe feeling like, hey, we're over the target, people are doing the right things? Yeah. If she, as a huge member of running that organization, the teachers union, if she's complaining, it might not be the worst thing in the world.
Yeah, I mean, she is the architect of these prolonged school closures that we had during and after COVID that kids are still attempting to recover from. So she is a tremendous asset to the school choice movement, because when people realize how nuts she is, they come to our side.
And she tried to. This was a couple of weeks ago. Like, we played the audio, but I don't think it really hit the way, because she kind of just glossed over it. She tried to pretend like she wanted to get kids back into school immediately. Like, that's now the revisionist history of all this. And I was the one who was arguing to get them back in. Nobody wanted to do it.
Yeah, she was saying we want them back in school safely. And then what did safely mean to the teacher union bosses? They said, we're not going back until we've defunded the police. We have Medicare for all. We get rid of teacher evaluations and standardized tests. They held education hostage till they got what they wanted. And parents saw it, right? Like, they're not blind to this.
Oh, we were, in our particular county, we don't worry about this sort of stuff. We were seeing what was going on around the nation. Now, my kids were right back in school, even though they made them wear masks for that time period. And then by the time we got to like the spring of 2021, it was, all right, no holds barred. Like we're not doing this stuff anymore. Yeah. And it I guess the part that bothered me, my kids got conditioned. They would, as we were walking out the door, reach down to like go grab their mask. And I'm like, you don't need that.
Yeah.
But they got used to it from
It turned
school.
into a reflex.
It was indoctrination.
Yes.
And so I remember when my youngest daughter started saying, yeah, these things don't work anyway. I'm like, good for you, girl.
Future scientist.
I was like, thank you very much. Yes, putting this little piece of paper over your face. That's a great idea. This is totally going to work.
The best was those pictures of band class where you have a kid who's like trying to play a saxophone through a hole cut in a mask. You're like, what are we doing here?
We had plastic partitions between the microphones that we had in our offices, in our studios. And I just thought, oh, it's weird how any sort of infection or virus would go, oh, look, there's a teller booth. Don't go over that or find a way around it. Make sure. I was like, there was a lot of crazy stuff like that. Speaking of a little bit crazy, I do enjoy watching Real Time with Bill Maher. And it's because as much as I will put it on MSNBC when we're here, like you've seen it, that's what's been on.
Yep.
I want to see what they're talking about, and mostly it's been Pope Francis. So
yes.
they've respected the man and decided we're not going to do a regular show that can be out there at times. But Bill Maher makes it a point to bring on, obviously, one person who might be a little bit more right-leaning. Sometimes it's somebody who's hardcore like Buck Sexton. Other times it might be Piers Morgan, where I don't really know where he stands. He's just somewhere kind of in the middle, but he's like the sane one on the panel. But in this case, he started talking about RFK Jr. and some of the stuff we were talking about in the previous segment about what goes on when you have these doctors that are questioning, well, why would you question this? You're going to damage our vaccine industry. You may damage our food industry. I want you to take a listen to Bill Maher, the guy who is notably, like, he's a classic liberal.
Yes.
Like, he is, that's absolutely who he is. Take a listen to how he looks at RFK Jr.
What I read in the paper is he did speak on it this week. Mm-hmm. And I did not agree with the point of view of the article I was reading, which was that he's completely crazy because he was saying it's not mostly genetic, it's mostly environmental toxins. I happen to believe that's probably a more likely answer. And they were saying, well, no, genetics. And of course, genetics is involved in everything health-wise. But to present the argument I saw framed in that way, that he's a kook because he thinks it's coming. I mean, environmental toxins is really the story of my lifetime. I'm glad I was born as old as I am at a time when everything wasn't completely polluted. I think that's why I'm still alive today. And it just got worse and worse and worse.
See, here's the question. And this is a different way of attacking this. Because, we had, kind of our discussion that we had about this. But here's my overarching question here. We understand that so much of polio and disease, it's not so much the vaccine so much as we started doing important things to the environment.
Yes.
Clean air, clean water made a huge difference for people at the turn of the century to where they weren't getting so many of these horrible things. They weren't getting these afflictions. And as our water has stayed better and our air has gotten better, all right, we had this like happy zone where people outside of wartime in the 1940s and obviously Korean War and then, Vietnam War, but for the most part, the population was significantly healthier. Something changed.
Right.
And all that has happened, if we just want to talk about environmentally, we've actually managed to get cleaner air and cleaner water, yet we're sicker.
Right. I mean, you want to talk about being on the wrong side of an issue. All RFK Jr. is saying is just investigate it. And Bill Maher, thankfully, seems to agree. He's got a huge audience. And the more we get people like that talking about something's got to change, the better our odds are as a society of getting this sorted out. But the left's answer is nothing to see here, folks.
Nothing to see here. It's totally fine. If I lived in like the mountains of Tennessee and all I had was like fresh water, fresh air, it's like, oh, this is how I live. And I, raised my family in that way. I'd be thinking to myself, environmental pollutants, I don't worry about it. It's just when I go into town, like Ma and Pa, and I go buy my stuff at the store. And I bring it home, like, here, let's eat this stuff.
Yeah, it's what's in that stuff you bought at the store.
Yeah. Why is this product yellow, even though it naturally is not supposed to be yellow? What was put in here?
Why is this energy drink glow in the dark?
Well, don't attack the energy drink.
It's reminiscent.
I love my energy drink.
Gotta have the caffeine. It's reminiscent of don't pay attention to that coronavirus. It came from a wet market. It didn't come from that lab that's a few miles away.
Yeah,
reminiscent of that.
You didn't get any sort of weird illness from consuming Fruity Pebbles every day. Nothing wrong with Fruity Pebbles, by the way. But still, the way it sticks to the bowl, it makes you think about what goes on in your insides.
Well, yeah, look at what they're putting in Fruity Pebbles in other countries versus what's in our Fruity Pebbles here.
Look how colorful ours is versus everyone else. I wanted to finish up this segment with this because I want everyone to understand what the game plan has been. As Angela was pointing out earlier in the show, one of the problems that we have when it comes to illegal immigration is that the Democrats are fighting hard to keep every single one of them here.
Yes.
And you would say, well, why is that? I mean, especially when it comes to like murderers and rapists, and why would this be such an issue? And as we were talking about, every single one of them is an opportunity. Not only an opportunity to slow down the administration, which that's goal number one, but it's how do you backfill for the power you're going to lose in the 2030 census?
Right.
We have a scenario in which case, because of people moving away from certain states, most notably New York and California, they're going to lose electoral votes. Now, remember, the census is not about counting citizens. It's about counting everybody.
Yes.
So this entire plan has always been, can we bring in enough people? Can we flood the zone with 15, 20 million more people? Not because we think that they'll vote, even though we've seen the games where they try and get them to vote, but it's how do we secure our power? That's the game here for 20. They're looking at it as like they got to make it 5 short years. 5 short years of trying to make sure that you can't get rid of these people so that they can maintain their power and maintain their electoral power.
Yeah, that's why California and New York are sanctuary states, because of course they want more people there to make it look like those blue states have more people and therefore they get more electoral votes, even though the people who are there in many millions of cases are not lawfully present and they're not Americans. They can't vote. But they make their neighbors' votes that much stronger.
Yeah.
And there's been so many people that have left those states of New York and California, and they've gone to states like Georgia, like Idaho, these red states, Texas, red states that they're going to lose. They are going to lose these people.
That is the game.
Yes.
The game is, just as we're pointing out, you know it to be the case. You know, California, by the time they hit 2020, 2021, something happened that had never happened in their history. California, for the entirety of their history, had never lost population. It had only grown. Every single year, it was clockwork. It was going to grow. It's why it has the power that it has. In the last 4 years, it's the first time where you've had people moving on. Now, those California wildfires, here's another one of those quietest things that's not talked about. The amount of people that have taken their insurance money because of them being told it's going to take 3-4 years to rebuild a place that might ordinarily take 6 months a year because of all their regulations. They're moving to other states.
Yep.
We have friends of ours that have decided they're moving to South Carolina. We have friends of ours that have decided to move to Florida. We have people that decide, I'm just not dealing with this. I'm getting out of here. Well, what do you think that does to those people in California? They're like, oh my God, we're going to lose power. We've got to bring in more people.
Yeah, that I think the left has realized they can't grow their own. They're not convincing anybody. They're at what, 21% approval rating?
21% approval rating.
So they can't convince people who are here. So they have to bring in people to try and pad their numbers.
They have to create new subjects. I've called it a new permanent underclass. Remember, the Southern Democrat is the person who supported and wanted slavery in this country. And those spots never changed. The Democrats have always been a party that said if we have people that ensure our power, that's going to be good. In fact, if we can keep them underneath the thumb by using social programs and free money, then we will keep them as our voters. The more people that become independent of this government, that actually are able to survive on their own, have success on their own, that's a threat to their power. So as these people are moving out of their areas and saying, I'm done dealing with your taxation, I'm not messing with this stuff anymore, they're like, okay, how do we get the next busload in from Venezuela?
And make sure Trump can't fly them out.
Right. This is the game.
Yeah, they want dependence. And you see it in the schools now. The union bosses talk about community schools. Okay, well, they do a terrible job of serving the community. But what's that vision for a community school? It's where you go for 2, if not 3 meals a day. It's where you go for health care. They're trying to kind of tack on pseudo doctor's offices to these things. That's very different from just a school nurse. They are trying to keep you dependent on your school for everything up to and including where you live. If you look in places where unions are really powerful, they try to say, well, we have to have housing that is run through the school so that school becomes the pass-through for every government dollar, and anything that takes money out of there becomes a 5-alarm fire.
That's Angela Morabito. I'm Carlos Medina. Tug Coward will be back tomorrow as we'll have the whole family all back together, and that's Jure. And he's always here. He's like a cologne ad.
Next time, Angela's going to sit on this side of the glass.
That's right.
Punch all the buttons for the show.
Oh, fun. I feel like that's the cool kids table.
It actually is. And here's the deal. He's the most important person in this room because he's the only one who has to sign a legal document every day that he's executing what he is sworn to do.
Wow.
He's the only one who get in trouble. That's why I'm like, whatever you can do to make Jure's job easier, that's what we should be doing.
Serious stuff.
All right, when we get back, I'm actually now embarrassed to play this because Angela's
That's why
here.
I put it in the show.
Uh-oh.
It's a very smart decision on your part. All right, we've got some audio to test on Angela to see if it works on her too. We'll see if she laughs or if she doesn't. We'll see. All right, that's coming up next as we finish up the Morning Extra. This is the Morning Extra right here on Extra 106.3 FM.
The latest sports news, powered by 680 The Fan, and driven to extra listeners by RBM of Atlanta in Sandy Springs, Atlanta's Mercedes-Benz connection since 1964.
Good morning. Here are your sports headlines for Monday, April 21st. The Atlanta Braves swept the Minnesota Twins out of Atlanta over the weekend. Next up, a visit from the St. Louis Cardinals to open up a 3-game series starting tonight. It'll be Spencer Schwellenbach on the mound for the Braves tonight. He'll be opposed by Eric Fetty. First pitch is set for 7:15. You can hear that game on our sister station's brand new app, 680 The Fan. The Georgia Bulldogs, they've been busy in the transfer portal as they land a trio of transfers, including Army linebacker Elo Madozi, who was ranked 8th in ESPN's transfer rankings. And the Italian League of Soccer has announced that they will postpone their matchups for today and for the next several days in the wake of the death of Pope Francis. He was 88 years old. With your sports headlines, I'm Carlos Medina.
Hey, it's a Kimmer. Okay, you're driving along. Suddenly you hear that horrible sound of metal and crunching. It's an accident. Even if it's a little minor fender bender, man, that could be a nightmare. First, obviously, take care of yourself. But before you make a deal with an insurance company or anybody else, call David Van Sant with Van Sant Law. You know why? Because he used to work for the insurance company, so he knows how to get the right settlement and right away. Van Sant Law. Don't forget, if you don't get paid, they don't get paid. Protecting your interests. Insurance is great, but it's complicated. 855-GA-INJURY or vansantlaw.com.
Atlanta Braves fans, May is Military Appreciation Month, and a great time to show your patriotism by purchasing a VIP table at The Warrior Alliance 4th Annual Veteran Impact Awards and Gala. The event will be held on Thursday, May 22nd at the Coca-Cola Roxy Theater at the Battery Atlanta and features dining, live entertainment, and Georgia-based veterans being honored for the significant contributions they are making in our communities. Purchase your VIP table today or make a donation at thewarrioralliance.org.
Hey, this is Matt from East Cobb. We basically bought our house from our in-laws. It was my wife's childhood home. One of the issues that we've had when we first moved in was our dog in our backyard. It was extremely shaded, could never grow grass back there. We resodded it twice. So ATL Turf Co. did an amazing job with our backyard transformation. They basically created a miniature golf hole. We have a miniature fairway. We also have a miniature little putting green. Consists of about 4 holes, total about 40 yards, so you can definitely work on your short game and your putting. After that transformation that ATL Turf Co. did for us, my father-in-law came and saw his house the way it looked after the fact of we had a putting green and a miniature golf course. Sure enough, he did the same thing with ATL Turf Co. He has a beautiful backyard, wonderful stonework, drainage, and a beautiful practice area for chipping and putting. Check them out online at atlturfco.com.
It's the NRA Annual Meetings and Exhibits at the World Congress Center, April 25th to 27th. 14 acres of guns and gear from the most popular brands, political speakers, self-defense and firearm training seminars, a Saturday night concert featuring Big and Rich, NRA Youth Day, and much more. It's a freedom-filled weekend with something for everyone. Tickets just $10. NRA members get in free. Visit nratickets.com. That's nratickets.com. You don't want to miss this.
Yellow Jacket fans, don't miss your chance to lock in your seat for the 2025 football season today. Next year's home slate is highlighted by the renewal of our rivalry with Clemson, as well as ACC matchups versus Pitt, Syracuse, and Virginia Tech. Into the end zone! Touchdown! Haynes King! All hail the King! Support head coach Brent Key and the Jackets on game day by visiting RamblingWreck.com/tickets to get your season tickets today. Sting 'em.
1 in 4 Americans have a disability. I'm one of them.
I'm also a working mom who cares deeply about making sure every child with a disability thrives by getting their access needs met. We've got a trusted ally by our side. Easter Seals provides children and families the foundation for lifelong success through early learning programs, skills training, and prep for college and career. That's my Easter Seals. Make it yours. Join us at easterseals.com.
Stream Clay Travis and Buck Sexton, Glenn Beck, Fox News, and even NASCAR on Sundays, anywhere on the Extra 106.3 app. Download the app now and get 24/7 access to the live stream, the latest news, and everything you need to know about Atlanta's only conservative talk station. Download the Extra 106.3 app for Apple or Android and check out even more great original content at thepodcastpark.com.
It's Morning Extra right here on Extra 106.3. Los and Tug, though no Tug, but he'll be back tomorrow. If you're a fan of the Tug-free show, because it's Angela Morabito's in, well, then you've had a great show. If you're a fan of the Los-free show, then you enjoyed Thursday, Friday, because Angela was here. So that's, you see the common denominator here. Angela's around. It's a different show, fun show. In fact, we went outside, and a couple of the sales guys did the, hey, really enjoying the show today. I'm like, you never say that ever. So thank y'all.
Well, everybody here has been so friendly, and I love coming to join y'all whenever I can.
It's always
our friend Stephanie on Twitter.
Yeah.
She is a big fan of yours. She says you've been doing a great job. She says you're probably in the running for a show here on Extra 106.3.
Oh my
She has anything to say about it.
Well, thank you, Stephanie. That is super kind.
First off, I don't think we can afford Angela, but
yeah, well,
at some point when things blow up a little further, be like, hey, why don't y'all figure out something with her? And just see what happens down the road. But yeah, Stephanie is, put it this way, Stephanie, her subject matter of what she studied in college was political science. So she sees the stitching on the fastball. So when you're entertaining her, she's like, okay, we're doing something good here.
Oh, that's awesome.
So that's
that is high praise, so thank you.
It's a very good compliment coming from Stephanie. Like I said, they're good people, her and her husband. And so then I don't know if they did G-Day, but like I said, we got football coming around here pretty soon. And so once it does, then we got to figure out. I know Tug got together and got a chance to meet Stephanie in the past. We got to figure out whether it's one of the fire pit evenings or a football game. One way or another, we gotta get all that squared away. All right, I'm trying to vamp and waste time because I know what we're about to do here. And when I played this was with a couple of friends of mine that were on the volleyball team, and as guys, we're just having some drinks and we're laughing. We're like, it's hilarious. Oh, it's so much fun. And we're like high-fiving. It's like Top Gun. Like, oh, high five, down low. Woo, yeah. Like we're having a great time. Couple drinks and a couple of fun piece of audio. That's what occurs. Now that you're here, Angela, I'm a little bit more hesitant, but I'm going to give this a try.
I'm hesitant too. I don't really know what I'm in for here.
So over the weekend, you had Logan Webb. He's a pitcher for the San Francisco Giants. And Logan Webb, quality pitcher, just went out and had a dynamic, great outing. And so the media goes up to him. This is the Bay Area that you can hear, like Bay Area NBC. So this is their local media that's coming up to him. Logan Webb is going to try and answer a question. Now, what we're going to do is we're going to play the very first start of this, and then we'll stop it, and if you'll re-rack it and go, that way we can pick it up. Logan Webb, as he's getting ready to answer this question, there is a distinct flatulence that occurs.
A disturbance.
Oh, no.
A disturbance in the interview is how we'll put it. And now, it's close to him because it ain't quiet. All right? So I want you to take a listen and just see how this begins. Oh, she's already rubbing her face. I'm already worried. All right, take a listen to Logan Webb, professional baseball player with the Giants, and the interview that he's having down in the clubhouse.
Bumgarner, and Juan Marshall, or at least 4 outings with.
All right, so you started hearing about Bumgarner, and suddenly you just hear this.
Distinct.
It's very distinct. So, but the comedy is not that. The comedy is what happens to Logan Webb after that. So now that we re-rack it, learn to listen for the toot that fires off while the person is asking the question, the reporter, and now listen to Logan Webb try and fight through it.
Bumgarner, Boom, and Tom Marshall for at least 4 outings with at least 4 outings with 10 strikeouts and no walks. What does it mean to you to be in that list with those guys?
I'm sorry guys. Farts are always funny. I'm not gonna lie. It's every time you're in a list.
He is trying to keep a straight face, and I'm sorry. Farts are always funny. You know what that's an example of?
What?
We never grow out of being boys.
Nope.
Now Angela has gone beyond this. Like, she's just looking at it going like, oh my God, y'all are gross.
These children.
We as boys are like, like, that's hilarious. When is a fart not funny? Maybe church.
But you have to sit in the same room with it, but virtually we still don't have smell-o-vision.
But when you have, like, even when people are like that went over like a fart in church, I'm like, man, that'd be like the most funny place. Like, I would be dying laughing going, oh my God, like, what did they do? That is so embarrassing.
So wait, was that the interviewee, or was that one of his buddies trying to prank him?
No, it's somebody who is sounds like they're 1 or 2 basically spots over from him.
Oh,
and so what happens is when he glances to his left, like, was that? And kind of like the smile starts of, oh yeah, that's what that was. So, all right, take a listen as he tries to start talking and he starts laughing, and then he tells you, this is why it's always funny. Again, Logan Webb with the San Francisco Giants being interviewed by a local reporter, and here is when that moment occurs.
Bumgarner, Boom, and Tom Marshall for at least 4 outings with at least 4 outings with 10 strikeouts and no walks.
Reporter's trying
to be in that list with those guys.
I'm sorry guys. Farts are always funny. I'm not gonna lie.
Yes, this show has been very, very intuitive, serious, introspective. And then we got to the last segment with Logan Webb. So I'm sorry, we took you on an adventure, and I'm sure.
Oh my gosh, that's great.
You never got to this on Thursday or Friday, because
we did not. But I don't know how the reporter kept going. I don't know how anybody kept going with that, because it's so loud.
Have you ever been in a situation where you've been at the podium, you've been having to explain policy, and there's some sort of distraction? Like, now I'm not saying it has to be that. I'm just saying where even somebody who's like coughing or sneezing a ton, like it'll cause you to stop down and be like, what is going on there?
Oh my gosh, I was doing a live remote TV shot at one point, and the other person, I mean, we've all got our fake lashes on. We all, you know, we have the lamb chop lashes because you have to just overdraw everything to show up on camera. And somebody's fake eyelash started migrating like down her face.
Oh,
and
trying to fly away.
Yes, I just felt awful for this woman. And hey, she kept it rolling. Was a total pro. But I'm sitting there with fake lashes glued to my face, just praying, like, hang on, little buddies, because that is a nightmare.
I will be very honest. I do have a makeup kit.
You do?
For when I would do more of the typically it was always a TV hit, or like I've done court TV, and I would do, you know, the local NBC affiliate, and I was told very early on, all right, you don't want to look crazy shiny or anything else.
Yes.
And I was like, okay, so what do I have to do? And so they were like, well, go over to this one makeup store, and the woman hooked me up with, she said, this is for your T-zone. And it was like a little paste that would go like as a T. She's like, and then the rest of this is just foundational powder that will blend right in. And sure enough, anytime I would have to do any of those hits, I was like, man, I don't look shiny at all. I look really cool. The fun part was that then my coworkers, whoever I was working with, who didn't have that advice, they were the shiny ones. So it was always like, I look like I'm cool under pressure. I'm sweating just as much as they are. But they would be like, oh, shiny.
Oh, yeah. I don't know what it is about those lights, but you start like beaming.
Yes.
Like you are reflective.
Like, yeah, if you have any little bit of sweat tea or anything, you are like a mirror. Like it's like it just illuminates off you. So yeah, I can get where, like, if I started to sweat and it was like, oh look, he's changing color. Okay, that would not look good. And so yeah. Makeup and toots.
Well, the lesson here is locker rooms is still locker rooms. Even in 2025, when sports media is what it is, it's constantly going, and it looks all glamorous. When you're in the locker room,
it still works.
It's still a locker room.
Guys still laugh at the same stuff. You're going to tell your husband when you get home, you ain't going to believe the audio they played to end the show. And he might say, well, I think that's really funny. Or he might say, I can't believe they did that.
Oh, it's going to be the first one. I know for sure he subscribes to the idea that farts are always funny.
Oh,
the first joke, probably. Bunch of guys sitting around a campfire.
That was always the first one. That's
the first in history.
That's going to do it for us. Thank you to Angela. Thank you to Jerry. We will be back tomorrow as we will have Neil Bortz on in the 7 o'clock hour with myself and Tug. All right. Thank you to everybody. We will talk to you tomorrow. Stand by for Glenn Beck's coming up in just a matter of moments. Whatever Tug says here, like take care, bye-bye now, whatever. I don't know. See you tomorrow.
Y'all come back now here.
Y'all come back now here.
The legend Neil Bortz is only on Extra 106.3. Hey, it's the camera. How's it going? Here's what you missed from the Talkmaster.
Let me remind you, this whole thing about portraying conservatives as fascists started with the Communist Party USA memo in 1943. Call conservatives fascist. One thing these leftists are good at, taking orders.
Catch Neil's commentary every day on Extra 106.3 or listen anytime on the Extra 106.3 app.